You guys are live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Esports channel. My name is WhoopsU. Joined alongside is my good friend Hail Monkey Man, and we appreciate you guys very much for being here for the quarterfinals in the Rocket League section of the Challengers Atlantic League. Monkey Man, we have a good matchup for us tonight. We have Western Virginia University taking on the Fighting Scots from Pennsylvania Western University of Edinburgh. I know it's a mouthful, but that is the full name. We probably just refer to them as the the Fighting Scots from here on out. But we also have some other matchups for you guys as well. The lineup's going to be on your guys' screen here pretty soon. Monkey Man, how are you doing today?
You know, I'm doing great, and of course, I don't think that you can fit the entirety of that school's name on like a t-shirt normally, so you probably just go with like a big Fighting Scots. So that makes sense to me. But let's go and check out those lineups. It's all about the playoffs, it's all about the players, and all about the students and the programs they come from. So it's going to be West Virginia, the number 2 seed coming out of that Challengers Central Atlantic Division. It's going to be Rickson, Jamie, and False, and that's a player that you and I have seen a lot in the bubble scene in particular. They're a sophomore. We got a couple or some good seniority on the squad with both Rickson and Jamie, senior and grad students. So when it comes to programs, we see the collegiate side, we see a lot that maybe will be graduating out. False trying to level the squad for as long as he's got them at least 9.
Yeah, I mean, False, like you said, one of those people who we are familiar with, hopping around the bubble scene, a couple of teams here and there. But let's take a look at the Fighting Scots roster real quick. You see right now we have Cynical, who's the young freshman, the Tribal Snipes, the sophomore, and then Tank Pillow as well, the software engineer, who's also a sophomore. So this team, young, and they're coming in here hot, wanting to take down West Virginia. Like we talked about beforehand, West Virginia is ranked number 2, but the Fighting Scots, they have a bright future ahead of them coming into this one ranked number 8. So all these guys plan on playing together for a couple of years, whereas West Virginia, it's all or nothing right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a it's up to this lower seed. We get to constantly see like when these seeds come in and just I don't know. You see, the regular season, 9 weeks doesn't really define you. It sets you up, but it's often bracket play that really kind of be able to propel you in the right direction. So one way or another, I do see the West Virginia, they just have a really deep program. They've done really well when it comes to CRL, being able to kind of really press in from the highest tier of Rocket League. Over here, it's going to be much the same. They have a really... Game number one, I mean, we already got an early score. Didn't you say that's how it happened so fast inside the first 30 seconds?
That's all right. We get to see the replay. That's all we're here for, is just to give us the analysis of the replay. And it looks like, like you said, West Virginia going to start off strong, and that's going to be Ryan who's going to start off with the first goal here as well for West Virginia. But it's not, it's not the end of the world here for the Fighting Scots. It's, essentially a lot of time on the clock. Just one mistake is not going to define the rest of this game. Hopefully, we have seen some crazy shenanigans happen where one goal is enough to push past either team. But you know what? I don't think that it's going to be the case right here for the Fighting Scots Red.
Yeah, no, not at all. So as we go just inside the first minute of play, again, game number one, I don't really measure a squad too harshly on this first game. I've been really seeing the kind of measure of a full series come out from game two. It's how you respond, bounce back, or continue with momentum from your early position. I think that is right now a great position for West Virginia. Look at the camera shake. Look, this is some old school Rocket League, and they just crashed the gate to be able to get a second goal.
Yeah, I do love it. The camera shake being involved. And a lot of people typically don't see that anymore because a lot of the videos you see from the what's it called, YouTubers, that here's the perfect camera settings, you turn off camera shake, that's one of the first things they tell you. But hey, it is what it is. It adds that element of flair, in my personal opinion, especially for a spectator. West Virginia do stand tall 2-0 so far over Fighting Scots, and this is only a best of 5, so I mean, West Virginia looking pretty right now as this one gets going. But the Fighting Scots do have a couple of games to make up. This one's still not over yet either.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of time. You don't present yourself with some panic. You simply you just find the pace of play, which sometimes can be a little bit faster than you're ready to go. Game number one is about what team was ready for the beginning of the series, but that doesn't mean that they're ready for the end of the series.
Exactly.
It's about how you finish going into this. But
exactly.
With 100 seconds still burned up into this WVU, it does seem that the Mountaineers are at least in a position of dominance. They're trying to be able to exact some authority. Falls is doing that with a great pre-jump just to welcome in the attack, but the Fighting Scots are sit packing. They have to restart from the back half.
I just want to just hit on a little bit. We talked about Falls and just his little bit of history, how you and I know him, but a couple of notable characters who he has played with, which should show you what skill set that Falls is on, and what's going to show you why it's going to excel West Virginia, I feel like, over the Fighting Scots Red right now. He plays with, Zapatos, arguably one of the best 1v1 players in the world. He played with them in the last split, and he also played with somebody you might know, as I get rudely interrupted by a AR Bear, who's going to score this one, and you'll cut that deficit in half. Nice little read from the sidewall, just a pre-jump 50-50 that's going to find its way into the back of the net for the Fighting Scots Red. But a couple notable people that he has also played with is Jamaican Coconut and Forky.
Oh, okay. All right. So a little bit of the extra social media pop off there. Maybe a bit too flex, has to really kind of sit on some of those muscles and extra sticks. Well, that's going to be a nice double commit to the crossbar. So yeah, he's been able to really kind of rotate around the community. But same as Rickson right now. They've been able to just, with authority. Okay, I also want to know, because is it Rickson or is the X supposed to be an A? Is it Ryan?
I want to say it's Ryan. I think it's Rickson. Let's just go with Rickson. We can go with that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they can't set us up for not knowing what that vowel is, okay?
I mean, if you look at your lovely script that we have, okay, because we know how this one's going to end already. Rocket League is scripted, everybody knows that. Just go over to the H column or the G column. It is pronounced over there onto that. Okay, and then page 4 is the actual, the best of 5 that you can see that one. It's going to be overtime. Okay.
Right.
Just making sure. But 2 minutes remaining here in this game number 1. West Virginia's leading 3-1. Fighting Scots Red now. Here comes Magic with a nice air dribble. That one's going to be popped over into the corner. Cynical trying to find some boost right now to maybe try to hunt for this offensive segment for the Fighting Scots Red. This one's going to be played off the back wall. Ryan Rickson going to go ahead and try to put a shot towards the net. Cynical is going to save that one away at the nick of time.
Ryan Rickson sounds like a commentator for some hockey. That really just sounds like what it is. Talking about some calculation, though, as Jamie, just a good, normal name. No numbers, no weird X's, no replacements for any consonants or vowels. He's able to just put a jammer on time. And so with 102 seconds remaining, game number 1, we were expecting the number 2 seed to look pretty good right now. West Virginia, the Mountaineers are looking just that. Fighting Scots from Edinburgh. I mean, as long as their name is, they're also not long living into this first game. Ryan finds another. I'm pretty sure that's a hat trick and more.
Yeah, that's actually his 4th goal here instead, and he already had the hat trick. And I want to go back to that. The Ryan Rickson thing sounds like he has a job at the office, like in Michael Scott Paper Company or something. But yeah, West Virginia gold right now, just absolutely putting on the clinic right now over the Fighting Scots gold, and it's courtesy of Rickson, who has himself 4 goals. So they need to find an answer, and they need to find an answer quickly, or else Rickson's going to get out of control here heading into game number 2, because they are definitely feeling themselves right now. Magic, has a couple of shots towards net as well, a couple of assists, but it's been pretty much this man right here who has been ultimately popping off, and I believe he is the senior as well, if I'm not mistaken, for this West Virginia squad. As we see another shot going through, Magic's going to find the back of the net and make that deficit 6-1 now.
I was wondering when Magic would actually come into CS, and they do get into a nice extra piece. So that's going to be 6-1. We're a step away from the big meme, so you guys can start working on your tans into Brazil on all of the moment. If the Mountaineers are able to do it, they're all of a step away. They've been pretty authoritative and just open looks up and down this field. Fighting Scots, one thing they've left behind is their rotations, as well as just kind of even level challenging. They've really just not been able to keep themselves on the back line or rotating with a third man up there, comprise themselves in the midfield, and hey, guess what? Free flights. We're going to Brazil.
Yeah, if it's one thing I know about the Scots, it's they don't like sun. Okay,
Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, they're in Brazil right now, though, so it's not a place where we want to stay. They need to score themselves a goal here, or West Virginia needs to score another goal as well. Regardless of the fact, it looks like West Virginia, as another shot comes through right here for Rickson. Regardless of the fact, they are in complete control here in game number 1. It hasn't been looking very pretty for them, but this is why they're ranked number 2, in the Challengers Atlantic. So they're putting on an absolute show. They're dominating, and in my personal opinion, they have that extra flair to their team. They have so much experience. They play in so many other things as well that just set them apart from any other team.
Yeah, whenever you look at a squad that pretty much it looks like everything that they're doing is preordained, that's because they've gone through the repetitions. They've been able to go out, get the practice packs, get the scrims, and of course be able to get their mechanics. They're just in control, and they're executing at a pace that is at least 3 steps before what the Fighting Scots are doing at this moment. Can they get there? They have a chance. Will they get there? Well, only time will tell. With only seconds remaining, this Brazil is attempted to be broken, but it will be maintained. What up in the series will be the Mountaineers.
You guys.
8 shots on goal from the good old striker of Ryan Rickson, whichever way. Now, I need to know, based on Ryan Rickson possibly working at a paper company, maybe that's their goal in career after they play a bit of Rocket League, would they have survived the firing fest that Michael Scott put out there?
I think so, but at the same time, I think he would have challenged Michael Scott for that contention for his management position. He's actually majoring in management information and systems. So, I mean, hey, he could have been Michael Scott's boss for all we know. It could have been Ryan's boss for all we know. Who knows? All I know is that we're going to go ahead and call him Rickson for the rest of the stream, in my personal opinion. But let's hop back over into the actual gameplay itself. A lot of goals, a lot of offense as well for West Virginia. What do you think the Fighting Scots would have to do to kind of combat this offense? Was it just a fluke for West Virginia and they just kind of let it get away from them? Or do you think they're going to actually put up some resistance here and come back in game 2?
If there's going to be a major amount of resistance when it comes to this game, it's got to be early. And whenever I see teams, especially when they go against upper seeds, then it's about, all right, can we surprise them and be able to challenge earlier to just not give up some of that free space? If that's going to happen, it's going to have to happen in surplus inside of that first minute of play. If you let that first minute go and it's 0-0, that's already a win, because I'm pretty sure it was like 2-0 by the time we got outside of that. So game number 2 on the way. I want to see if these guys, especially because they're fighting Scots. You don't name yourself Fighting Scots and then not fight. That's literally the opposite. The T-shirt is worthless and it's not a good replacement for the school name if it doesn't pay out. So into series play again, Fighting Scots, pull up the sword, grab your kilt and grab a good drink. You got to go and fight for glory.
I do love it, man. I do love it. I can't do a Scottish accent, so I would hop right on board with you with that one. It would probably be more ignorance if I tried to do one itself.
So was mine.
I mean, hey, but it is you got the whole persona for it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. But let's see if Fighting Scots are gonna survive this one. They do survive the first initial onslaught heading into game number 2. But for the most part, it has been West Virginia who has been to all of the control so far, basically just stopping applying all this pressure onto the backs of the Fighting Scots Red. And another shot's going to be ringing through a little bit too far to the left-hand side, but that was off the crossbar. Mix up on the defensive end. Magic going to lay this one up for Jamie, and that one's going to be denied on the left side post. And the Fighting Scots Red survive.
They survive, but this is also some of that pressure that we get to see the Mountaineers really pile on early and often. And that's just going to be a giveaway, but they're also playing for the 50-50. Great takeaway. That's going to be a demo as Ryan does hit the dirt. This is one that the Scots have to break away from. Jamie is going to keep them planted, but that's going to be a great bump to at least extend out to the midfield. This is where they lost a lot of their possessions. When passing plays that really have not been existent, Scots have to be able to win these challenges at the point of attack. Jamie trying to escalate, and they climb that ladder, and they have an option to be able to hand it over, I believe, to one. The bouncer will not be able to make it, and this attack is slowly being kicked out.
Yeah, had that one come through, I really believe that crossing play, the redirect, the initial first contact from Jamie would have found its way into the back of the net, but it was just a miscontact from their partner. I want to say that was Ryan or Rickson. My apologies. I can't make up my mind what I'm going to call him, but regardless, Magic is going to score the goal here for West Virginia. It's been nonstop pressure pretty much since game number 1. You have to think that the Fighting Scots Red have, pretty much been playing at this pace. Something has to give eventually, and it's that first goal right there from West Virginia.
Yeah, this is a Scots group that they, like you said a moment ago, they've been surviving on their goal line. We've been able to see them get to about the midpoint of the pitch, but we've not seen them do anything. They've pretty much just been living in an Airbnb, and they're just trying to ignore the cleaning bill that's going to be coming up after it. They've got to eventually leave the hotel and the house, wherever it is. But
oh no.
Challenge. That's going to be a kick over to the crossbar, but no second approach as they're just trying to escape. That so far has been easier said than done, looking for opportunities. And this one's going to creep over the midfield line, but it's still in ball possession for the Mountaineers.
Quickly gather that one back up too. It's been like no offensive chances for the Fighting Scots Red. Here comes the air dribble bumped from Ryan. That one's gonna be taken by Magic though, who's gonna air dribble this one to the upper 90 of the left-hand side of the orange net. I do like the play design, a little bit of misdirection, and on top of that, the presence on the goal line, just even the threatening idea that you could be demoed and or bumped from Rickson. Set that play up right there perfectly for Magic for that second goal for West Virginia.
I'm starting to remember a good old person that I knew by the name, at least halfway of Magic, good old Magic Bear. This is starting to look very remnant of that player, just kind of a difference maker. They had, they didn't have to do too much whenever Ryan was just being able to hit their shots. Ryan, Rickson, whichever way they're going to be, their name has already been pretty well established. They will be demoed by Cynical, who we saw as the youngest player on this fairly young squad. A lot of seniority existing for the Mountaineers, whereas the Fighting Scots still have a lot they have to prove into both their program as well as the prestige for these players. Ryan looking for a bump for anyone that may exist, a double commit, and a tertiary member does come up for WVU, but they do not press through.
In 50 seconds left, Fighting Scots Red have a chance. That one's going to be saved away, though, by Magic, who was at the middle of the net. And I believe on the offensive side, had the Fighting Scots Red shot that anywhere else other than where Magic actually was, that would have been a goal for them. West Virginia knocking on the door once again, though. This one's gathered up by Bear towards the midfield line, off the back wall. Hopefully, potentially, it leads to something. But Ryan has other plans for this one as well. Just a great individual solo clear. We're still not done on the offensive side yet, though. Magic and air dribble off the back wall. Cynical gonna pop that one away towards midfield. Gonna be gathered up over to the right side. Pass to Magic. Up in the air, though, is Ryan. Not gonna find its mark. That one's gonna be cleared away as well by Fighting Scots Red.
This is one of their best looking chances. It will be a full 3v3 and the shot will be on target. They actually do double commit, but the ball still squeaks out from beyond the pipelines. And the Fighting Scots of Edinburgh are going to be able to get themselves a chance. It's got to be now. They will have to be able to score with time remaining, but they have not come away with better looks. Every single time they send a singular member, they then aren't able to find an extra. But this is a great passing play. It's going to be tribal snipes. They have a follow-up, but it's just going to fall short, especially because Ryan, with that cleanup ability to be able to get behind the ball, make a great recovery rotation. They've just been so successful. AR Bear, they am Earth Sign, but they will be knocked away as Ryan will find a third. And Mountaineers, they're looking to be able to just clear this one through and get themselves the match point.
Yeah, that's a huge goal right there for West Virginia. On top of that, another one here for Ryan. Going to be scoring his first goal of this game, number 2. I think that's 5 goals in total over the course of these 2 games. And like you said, more importantly, knocking on the door to that sweep over Fighting Scots Red. They haven't been playing bad. They just really haven't had too many chances. They've been forced on their defensive side, so it's just been unfortunate here for Fighting Scots. Now Cynical at midfield. Going to be cleared over towards the net's going to be popped away over into the corner from Tribal. This one goes right back center, though. Scary situation for the defense to be in once again. Final 5 seconds on the clock. Magic trying to gather that one up. Maybe some momentum. A goal here would help out Fighting Scots Red so much in the mental department. AAR Bear, my apologies, pass towards mid. That goes Cynical. That one's going to be popped over to the corner and saved away. But once again, West Virginia take this game 2-0 over Fighting Scots Red.
You know, I've found what it is. It's Air Bear.
Air Bear.
They're a bear that's trying to catch air, and apparently that may be a bit of a maybe a significant other, maybe even their mother gave them that nickname because their name's Aaron. So Air Bear, you know, got some extra care for some of their you know, I guess ball possession, but right now it's been pretty dominant. This one a little less hard leaning by the Mountaineers. It's not a 7-1, but it's still a shutout. And if you're the Scots, you got to be able to find success. They were able to find some resistance, but the resistance then turned into counterplay that allowed them to be able to go and find multiple opportunities. I think they had all of a couple, and there was one good look that just basically evaporated as soon as the defense was able to recover.
Exactly. And on top of that, they've been giving away a lot of possessions as well. They've been bombing some of these balls down the field to give that breath of fresh air to that defense and maybe reset the boost at least to give them a fighting chance. Pun intended with their name, give them a fighting chance, you know, to clear that one over towards the blue side of the field. But as soon as they do that, it's just gathered up by somebody from West Virginia, and it's a short-lived segment on the offensive side, or even no chance whatsoever for the Fighting. I was about to say Fighting Irish. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I'm sorry. It was bound to happen eventually. Fighting Scots Red, and basically it's just a short-lived segment for them, and it's just unfortunate to see them. One goal in these last two games is just not enough to compete here for West Virginia.
And of course, this is not what you want to be indicative of your entire semester performance.
Exactly.
You want to be able to find some bracket positioning as well as just some momentum being pushed forward. Well, we're in game number 3, and right now an opening goal happens in the first 8 seconds. If you're looking for momentum, well, it's going to have to be after a replay at the very least, because Fighting Scots let another one leak through, and it's just Jamie getting smart, touching it down when 2 defenders double up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Once again, starting off with the lead here is West Virginia, so this is not how you want to see Fighting Scots Red perform. But at the same time, if you're a West Virginia fan, this is exactly how you want to see West Virginia perform as they fire another one, and that's going to be Rickson once again, who's going to find the back of the net. Another goal in his favor. West Virginia lead 2-0. Only, what is that, 14 seconds off the clock?
Oh, yeah. Quick math and quick timer. That one, just you have the coach on the sideline seeing if they can run a 40 flat, and apparently they've been able to run it twice. So can we be able to see some of these challenges? That's a great shot. Awesome angle. Looking for the crash. And even when the opportunity presents itself from the rip, you're going to have to say RIP to that opportunity because it does fade away. Big demo, but Air Bear, they give their life to secure this one. And finally, the Fighting Scots will strike early.
Yeah, it comes off the back of a huge read from Air Bear. On top of that, just putting his life on the line for that goal to give the Fighting Scots Red a fighting chance to stay alive here in the series because it's do or die time. They need to win this one. West Virginia's on series points, on match point, I should say. My apologies. And, you know, it's a good goal because it happens early on in this matchup too. So it does cut the deficit in half. It does give them that chance as well. But they need to clear the ball as another shot gets fired towards the net. Jamie's going to miss target, though.
Those slow developing corner plays are always so dangerous because it can go either direction. You can either see that just randomly pinch all the way out and we get to see basically a player incurred a cookser, or you can be able to see that turn into a great sweep play. It actually was a fantastic pass, but it just didn't make it on target from the third man. The putback shot is also going to be very wide. So Cynical is looking for a clear, but containment at the edges of the pitch has been such good work by the Mountaineers, coming at a premium for the Fighting Scots to gain any feet, inches, or centimeters, metric or imperial. It's been tough for them to gain any level of ground. The first 80 seconds will come out. Ryan looking to toss it over to a teammate, but they just kind of retreat. It's a very lackadaisical sort of system. Right now, the Mountaineers do not feel hurried to have to be able to make this next shot.
Not hurried necessarily, but they definitely need to put some pace onto the game, especially keeping West Virginia at bay. Good demolition right there from Jamie to take Cynical away from this first initial play. This is a good chance right there from Tribal, who was trying to put that one on net. Definitely a good attempt, but the defense for West Virginia staying tall. They're trying to get this one done in 3. Here comes Air Bear now off the backboard. Not going to find its mark. Trying to go for the passing play as well. Tribal, oh my goodness, had a slight opening, catching the defense lacking. That was Jamie on the defensive end right there for West Virginia. It's going to be a tie ball game.
Yeah, they were wholesale trusting in Ryan to be able to catch that from the sidewall. Usually, if you see those approaches, they have to be able to dive down a little bit lower to go and catch the back end of it, and it becomes a double touch forward. But instead, it leaked through, and the defender was saying, Ryan Rickson, and then it gets by him. So mixing it up a little bit with less than 3 minutes remaining.
Ooh.
Okay, Fighting Scots are starting to throw some hands in here.
I see them too, and this is a beauty as well. Air Bear just kind of airs this one out, and then he has the follow-up touch, just beating Ryan to the point of attack, and then getting the lead too. The first time in this series, the Fighting Scots Red have the lead. What is going on here?
Oh my goodness, it's what is this, 2021, 2022? I don't know. When were the Fighting Irish good? I mean,
okay, buddy.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna request a timeout now.
Look, you put a bunch of Scots and Irish all in the same spot. I'm pretty sure there's just gonna be a ginger fest. So look, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference. But these guys are making all the gingers out there look great.
I had no
they're
idea.
Definitely starting to be able to present that fight that there is their namesake beyond the midway mark of game number 3, which is the midway mark of our best of 5 to open things up. Air Bear looking for another contention. Is going to be false, so maybe just with one extra touch, they will have the slow fall. Ryan had the initial stoppage, and then this is a reapproach for the offense. Mountaineers, they're in a position where they actually have to catch up, but I like that they're being tested at this point in the game.
Cynical 1v2 at midfield, does lose that possession. Did it get by 1. Here comes Tribal now, maybe trying to add a little bit more onto that lead. Does pick up that 100 pad at midfield. Desperately needed that one to make a play happen. I do like the slow play right now from Fighting Scots Red, but it's just maybe a little bit too slow. This one's gonna fall. Oh my goodness, bro! I can't fathom words. I can't do that at that point in time. It's just a mistake off the backboard. Tribal had the second touch and then the third touch off the post, and then Air Bear had to play the guessing game as to where Ryan was going to go. Regardless, that one was on the goal line for way too long, and was going to result in that equalizer for West Virginia.
A little bit of serendipity, but Tribal Snipes had one of the best goals he never wanted. Just hanging out right at the goal line. That's one of those that you want to practice into your opponent's box, but you never get the chance, and then yours just becomes a way easier target. Air Bear will be demoed. Magic will be able to say deja vu, and they're gone. Tribal Snipes looking for a challenge right out from midfield, and Air Bear waiting for another opportunity. So as this begins to slow down, West Virginia is getting a little bit more comfortable, especially because they've reclaimed midfield control, and the timer will start to get a bit louder for the Fighting Scots. To the back end, Ryan is just waiting for another opportunity for this one to become a mistake that the Scots maybe give away, maybe one they can develop into a pass, but they will have to retreat, and this will be a challenge all the way out to the back end of the pitch.
54 seconds. Can this one be done in regulation? Can this one be done in OT? We're going to wait to see which one happens. All we know is that the Fighting Scots Red need to win this ball game in order to stay alive here in the quarterfinals. Air Bear off the back wall. Going to be followed up, though, from Jamie. Good save at the last second right there from Cynical.
This is for elimination. You get all of a single elimination bracket after these semesters of play. And then after that, well, everyone will just judge you, and you have to build up your program or move on. Ryan with a touch, trying for the putback. That's a great takeaway as Tribal Snipes this time will make sure it clears the box. But can they clear their own half? Jamie, for one extra chance, they will actually have to retreat as Ryan sees a demo in front of him. Jamie will hit the dirt. Ryan maybe looking for a flip reset, trying to center it up from that backboard. One extra dive. They crash the gate. And at 0 seconds, Magic puts it through. That'll be a sweep secure for the Mountaineers.
What an absolutely beautiful performance right here for West Virginia. They left it all on the table, and they get it done in regulation. Just a great routine play. Ryan to Magic, making magic happen. We love to see it. And West Virginia pull out, like you said, the brooms here and win 3-0 over the Fighting Scots Red. GG's, though, to both sides. That was a good performance. Fighting Scots Red, they definitely did fight towards the tail end of that game number 3, but this was not enough to push past West Virginia.
Sometimes the beginning of the series is a little bit more indicative than I try to not give it credit for, but it was also about speed. This team, once they're going that fast, they're sometimes very tough to catch up to. And then once you see the series going your way, you get maybe the tiniest bit lazy. And the Fighting Scots, they took advantage of that. They won some challenges that then gave them at least that game lead. But just a soft mental error, a big mental error that ended up really kind of putting the dagger into them, and then 0-second magic with magic. So great job overall. It will be a 3-0, and the Mountaineers are going to be moving on to the semifinals, but whoops, we got more just around the corner.
Yeah, we do. We have some more Rocket League for everybody who's out there who wants to watch some more Rocket League and hopefully stick with us. We have the Emergence League coming up next. That's the MCCC Mustangs versus the Eastern Eagles Maroon Squad. That's going to be right next after this break.
All right, let's check audio. Okay,
So you were perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Esports Twitch channel. My name is WVU. Joining alongside of me for today's Rocket League action is my good friend Hale Monkey Man. And Monkey Man, we are in the quarterfinals. And if you guys missed a awesome matchup, you guys just missed the Challengers at Central Atlantic League. That was West Virginia taking on the Fighting Scots Red. West Virginia obviously winning that one in a 3-0 fashion. And now we look forward to the MCCC Mustangs taking on the Eastern Eagles Maroon squad. Monkey Man, break this one down for us.
Well, this is going to be very much a younger brother situation, not in the same schools, but in the same division. Central Atlantic, it's East Coast time because it's going to be a good time. It's going to be MCCC. I have seen the Montgomery County Community College Mustangs before, and I'm glad that they've been able to kind of really advance. Mean Keen is one of those guys that I really want to see be even meaner and keener on the pitch, but Eastern Eagles got a lot to prove as well. They're going to have to go against a squad that's at number 3 seed, but 7-1 at the top 3. This is a very top-heavy division. But let's check out the players. Let's be able to see those rosters going into this matchup as well, because that's what these guys are all about. It's going to be gang of MC3, of Mean King, Wimpy, and of course, Kabochi. So I've seen both Kabochi and Mean King for, I guess, since last year. Got to see them in a separate series. They have some seniority with Wimpy, but this is a squad that knows how to be able to run behind its shooters, all systems firing, and the Mustangs really know how to run fast.
That's exactly why they're coming in here ranked number 3. Flipping over to the other side of the spectrum, though, we have the Eastern University Eagles coming in here ranked at number 6. And, of course, the starting roster for them is going to be Maddie Guinta, TTV Selm, and then Squishy Shark. I'm sorry, I couldn't read for a second, and my dyslexia kicked in for a half a second as well. But the Eastern Eagle squad is nothing to sleep on as well. Of course, I think we both favored, as we were talking about in the green room, the MC3 Mustangs, just such a dominating team overall to begin with. I think we're both leaning towards them to win this matchup, but it still should be a decently close match here in this best of 5.
Yeah, you have, I guess, 1 point of comparison. They both have played each other, obviously. Full round-robin division into this one. And it was a 3-0 sweep over the Eagles. So the Mustangs want to stay dominant over them, but they are in a weird position as well. They are all of a difference into that 3rd seed position, but it's same on the records. It's just about game performances, and they went a little bit more often. And 1 point of contention as well, a big win versus a big loss. Game 5s seem to be really where the Mustangs thrive. And sometimes, especially if you look into things like pro football, if you go too deep into a game and then you're just winning on a coin flip, you got to make sure you're getting the job done late term when it comes into these, especially when it's single elimination time, baby. So the Mustangs are going to start with some early pressure. It looks like they're going for an early goal, but that will just come off the pipeline.
This one is going to be started off here in game number 1, and we have the Eagles Maroon squad. They're not going to have any success, though, on the offensive side of the pitch just yet. The Mustangs now trying to work their way up towards the orange half of the field. Maddie going to take that one away towards midfield as well. Nice little floater, going to be slow played over on the right-hand side from the Eastern Eagles Maroon team. These Eagles trying their best they possibly can to keep this one out. That's the follow-up touch right there from Wimpy. Finds the back of the net. The Mustangs take the lead early.
That is one player that I had question marks about simply because I've not seen them in this program before, but it's great that the senior is coming in high flying and looking for a way to execute and dive one down into the back of the net. It took about 43 seconds for them to do so, but the Eagles are left to roost while the Mustangs have been able to clear themselves out of the stables. And again, we're seeing much the same. It doesn't matter which division you're in. You have a slight tier division downgrade from challengers into emergence, but it's much the same. Maintain pressure, put the offense back, and you'll be able to take advantage when your opponent has their back to the wall.
Possession over here at the midfield line. This one, Eagles trying to field it, trying to tie up this ball game. They need to push the envelope just a tad bit. They're allowing too much space, a lot of time as well, for the Mustangs to size up and make a decision as to what they want to do with the ball. With that being said, they're going to push this one over into the corner. Selv will let that one bounce flow over towards the center of the pitch. And that was Kabochi who had the follow-up, trying to go for that bumping play, but it's not going to be needed, as you're going to see a Mean Keen, this guy that you were talking about here, Monkey Man, scored this one and put the Mustangs up by 2.
Mean Keen dressed in green always is. That's exactly. They want the casters to be able to have that alliteration and rhyming. It just is so good. And then of course, looking for a chance to punish when the defender couldn't be able to find it from off of that crossbar. Then you just have a good dive. You don't have to quite crash. You simply go up and fill the gap between. So great job by the Mustangs. They've really pinned their ears back and the likes of the Eagles in. This is looking like an opportunity though. As Squishy Shark is advancing at least up to the ceiling, but they ran out of that boost canister. And Maddie Guinta, who I I'm glad that you had to first looks at that name. I just couldn't get it myself, and I will profit off of a little bit of misery from you. Thank you so much.
I think the last time I actually casted the Eastern Eagles squad, I think I just stuck with Maddie the whole entire time. So I think we're going to do that as we approach a little bit of a defensive segment right here for the Eagles. Wimpy's going to pop this one over from the corner, as well as Kobuchi. Oh my goodness. I can't talk anymore. You got me all screwed up inside my head now for some reason. I can't understand what's going on.
It's Kabochi. Yeah, Kabochi. It sounds like one of those awesome, like one of those boba
like
drinks.
Kombucha.
Yeah, kombucha. Ooh. Maybe that's what it is. I've seen a GIF or two about someone that's asking for 4 kombuchas, and they can't be able to get much of those from a DJ. Regardless, Reddit aside, Maddie's trying to be able to stop this next attack. I believe that was Keen, rather, that was screaming on by, and Wimpy trying to maintain this to the corner. Kabochi with a dive. They get there a hair too soon off of a quick twist and flick. They'll have to win Guardian Leviosa and fly their way opposite into the pitch. And this will be a first look for the Eagles to actually get this to this back third extension.
Under 2 minutes remaining here in this game number 1. A good demolition right there from Keen. That one's going to be pinched too far to the right-hand side. All 3 members from the Eastern Eagles squad over in the corner. That one's going to be a nice little floater. Maybe a passing play. Going to be missed, though. The opportunity for the Mustangs to tack one more onto the offensive side. Not that they need it at this point in time. Good far clear. Should have a little bit of breathing room right here for the Eagles. Midfield pass. Not going to find its mark. Nobody there to respond to it. And right back towards the offensive end we go. And the Mustangs are just applying so much pressure here in game 1. The Eagles haven't really had too many chances on the offensive side.
Yeah, this has been a limited showcase, much like the Eagles of Gondor that were just trying to be able to make it beyond into the volcano. They are here on screen for all of a moment, but it's been really a featurette by the ponies, the Mustangs of MC3, and they've just been having a surplus of opportunities and shots. They keep rotating around. They're just really forcing back Eastern, not been able to go north and south. I guess they're afraid of that part of the good old north-south dial, and that's going to be a 1-2 passing play. Great dime up to Kabochi. They didn't need it, but being able to escalate that insurance is pretty good without having to pay the premium.
That's a good 1-2 passing play right there, and catching the defense off the back of their heels too. You had 2 members there for the Eagles, but just unfortunately nobody on the goal line to protect it, and that's going to result in another goal easily though for the Mustangs. Wimpy looking like trying to find another goal here. That was a good far pass. Here comes Keen now as well. Good midfield pass. That one's going to be a 1 bouncer. Going to find its way into the back of the net. Wimpy's going to pick up his second 4 total right here in game 1 for the Mustangs.
Yeah, this is just a dominant foray. Just winning out in the midfield. And one thing that I want to see, we did see some level of progression into our previous iteration whenever we got to see West Virginia. And fighting against that tier of a squad, same thing into this division. If you're losing out on your challenges now, you have to be ready to do it into the next game. This transition, though, we were all of a kickoff rotation, and then straight from the rip, Kabochi's looking for options. They have one in Wimpy, who is hecka strong. They are not whippy. They're hefty. Able to find 5. I know. Look, reaching all the way back. My favorite commercial.
That just unlocked a core memory for me. Okay, that's how far that one was reached back for. 30 seconds remaining here in game number 1. 5-0. Wimpy trying to hook up one more time with Kabochi. Not going to find its mark, though. Keen going to apply a lot more pressure. Not trying to let up a goal here for the Eagles. The Mustangs are trying to give over to the Eagles heading into game number 2 as you see them trying to control this pace of play here towards the tail end of the game like they have done for the last 5 minutes or so. Final seconds ticking down here in game 1. Squishy Shark, awkward touch from the corner. Not going to touch it at all, actually. Here comes Maddie now, and there's the goal. Going to be given up here. Wimpy going to score his 4th goal of this game number 1.
You love to see it from the Mustangs. This squad, they've only dropped 1 series all regular season, and that one was the number 1 seed in Marywood. But this time around, they're looking pretty darn good. When it comes to the first game, just good pressure. We get to see the Eastern Eagles. They had, singular touches. One big thing that comes to Rocket League, it doesn't have to be purely pass plays, but when you get a succession of touches by your squad, that means that you have some level of ball control and field domination. And when you have that, then the other team is trying to fight you away from that so they can start their own. And all of it was just a left for singular touches, kicked down, it was a punt, and it got returned, and they often were able to score.
Yeah, I mean, for the majority of that first game, the MC3 Mustangs just were in complete control, and there was a couple of short flare-ups that you saw from the Eagles side. They had a couple of chances, I would say just barely a couple of chances, but at the same time, they didn't really work well together as a team. There was a couple of chances where they passed the ball towards midfield. There was nobody there to respond to it, so if they have any sort of chance whatsoever to push past the Mustangs, they're going to have to work together cohesively and play some damn near perfect Rocket League, if I might say, because it's going to take that and some more to push past the Mustangs because they look so strong at the start of that game number 1.
If anything, the first step is simply to play calm, because right now it looks like they were a bit antsy. They were double committing, especially directly on the goal line, and just not cleaning up when the ball would clang around between the pipes. If you can be able to get at least a clear, move it to the sides, a passive perimeter play, which is a lot of P's, and thank goodness I have a puff shield right here. But if you can be able to get, maybe you can be able to shield off your opponent as they come screaming down at you. Eastern Eagles, I need to see you soar, and I need to see more. We're going to go to game number 2.
Yeah, you have to soar up in the air or maybe keep the ground plays for the Mustangs for themselves. As you see Amin Keen trying to start off with some fireworks. He has a passing play. Wimpy just parking his car right there. Give him a ticket. He was there for so long. It just solidifies his first goal here in the opening seconds for the Mustangs.
When you send 2, I hope someone comes down with the ball, because when you're streaking, especially from left to right, you have to be able to wait for that off angle. Wimpy has been that player that has answered all the questions I had about him, because I've seen Minkin, I've seen Kabochi, and now I'm getting to see Wimpy that is just able to pop off and be very composed into these moments. Now, this is going to be awkward. It will be Maddie that does at least find some airspace, not a whole lot in the tank, and that's another big boom, but they can't quite transition out to the corner, sending the second man, and those are better looks by the Eagles, not catching this into a cherry-pick position. Mean Keen is maybe looking for an opportunity to kind of slant that one in from the side. A good brief look. Like you mentioned before, we're going to see that elongate.
But still, right back towards the offensive end right now is the Mustangs. Applying just so much pressure, starting to control the boost as well. It's going to be dangerous territory here pretty soon for the Eagles. They need to find themselves a far clear. That demolition is definitely going to help from Squishy Shark. Salve, though, going to be played off of their hood, off the back wall as well. Here comes the follow-up touch. Is somebody home? Yes, they are. That's Maddie. Ooh. He's going to deny Wimpy right on the goal line. This is a soft touch, though. They need a far clear. Salve couldn't get it. He does control that boost, but another firing shot going to find its way through. Maddie going to save it, though. This is a pretty much non-stop pressure for the last 30 seconds, and this is a high-risk, high-reward situation as well. The Eagles might have a chance here to score something, but up in the air they go. Not going to find the mark. And then we're going to go right back towards the offensive side of the field.
That's okay. You get antsy, you find at least a chance, but then you don't really develop it into nothing more. You're going for the home run swing instead of being able to get the base hits. You got to be able to get players on the actual bases before into the extra points start to look a little bit more amiable. Now a touch left behind, they put it to the sidewall, but Kabochi is able to clean that one up. It's just dirty possession play. Oh, and a side flip that's going to ruin them. Kabochi's going to be given credit for it. Great shot on target. Sometimes you just have to test that the defense is going to get behind it.
Yeah, not only that, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck on your side, putting a shot towards the net, and then that pinching play, 75 miles an hour, difficult to read, firing that one pretty much out of a cannon at midfield. Defense on the rotation wasn't clean enough for the Eagles. Going to result in that second goal for the Mustangs, maybe a third one as well. That one's denied, though. Maddie being the absolute savior here of this Eagles defense for the most part. But I believe the Eagles still hunting for the first goal. There it is. Squishy Shark gets the first goal for the Eagles. They're going to go up. I'm sorry, my apologies. They're going to score their first goal of this series, and on top of that, cut that deficit in half.
You saw the dorsal fin as it started to round the opposite edge of the box, and that is one of the most dangerous places as a defender to lose track of, because if that ball bounces or streaks through your stripes, you got to be ready for it. From the kickoff, guess what? Squishy Shark, it is a Jaws scene. It's bloody, and they're able to grab a second one in a row, finding opportunity when the Mustangs leave it behind.
Yeah, approaching this halfway point in this game, and this is the turning point right now for the Eagles. We were talking about how they had to play pretty much perfect Rocket League to stay in contention with the Mustangs, and they battled back. They were down by 2 goals, so this is exactly what you want to see if you're an Eagles fan. Squishy Shark off the back wall now. That's Sel trying to save that one. We're trying to field that one. My apologies. Maddie at midfield. Knew he had enough time. Maybe off the sidewall as well. Going to have the wraparound pass. All 3 members up now for the Mustangs. Going for the bumpy play on the goal line as Maddie as well. Couldn't quite get the read, though. That one's going to be fielded right back towards midfield, and for the most part, the Mustangs survived the onslaught from the Eagles.
There's a good bit of timeliness, just good in sync movements based from what we've seen from the Mustangs so far. They've been able to get the communication going. They recognize that they've surrendered a couple, so they need to really regroup and just be able to find at least these 1-2s. Kabochi combines, I believe, with Mean Keen to be able to at least extend this one out, and Wimpy's going to try and play for some slow, I guess, push to the box. There's some awkwardness right now, both behind my mic, but as well behind these players' driver's wheels, because right now the Eagles seem to be all in the same cluster. Wimpy is going to take advantage of the goalie, both getting demoed as well as getting the ball blown over them. They're going to be able to find that lead back. The Mustangs will punish when the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, it was just not a good clear right here for the Eagles. They desperately needed that one. They had all three members of the Mustangs swarming their side of the field on the offensive end. We were talking about the high risk, high reward play style. The Mustangs seem to be trying to imply that against the Eagles, and it worked out for them in that situation. But it also came off that back of the demolition as well. So paired with those two things, it resulted in the lead now for the Mustangs as they're hunting for maybe potentially another one. Squishy Shark has an opportunity. Nice midfield pass. That one's going to be met with a 50-50 though from Wimpy. So they need to get things going back on the offensive side of the field. The Eagles desperately need to get this one back towards the blue half.
Eagles don't seem to be executing too much slower, but they are not winning the 50-50s, especially on these challenges. Wimpy is able to just skip to his own merry tune, just waiting, and Self is just going to be decimated from behind. They don't even get demoed. They just get thrown to a back seat, and everyone has to watch then from that perspective as it goes 4-2, one way to the next, and then to another as the Mustangs are able to reevaluate and recompose and get themselves right back in the lead. And whoops, it just seems like this one's being dictated where the Mustangs want to either commit folly or be able to just put the Eagles back.
Well, they need an answer as well for the Mustangs offense, because you see right there, Kabochi is going to fire on all cylinders and score another goal here. But I was going to say they need to find an answer for Wimpy. I think he has himself 4 goals. He at least has a hat trick in this scenario. And they need to find an answer for him to stop him from activating on the offensive end, because he popped off in game number 1. Now he's popping off here in game number 2 as well. Under 60 seconds to go. This kickoff needs to be in favor of the Eagles. You see a Mean Keen hasn't been really activated this game, but he has a couple of shots. It really hasn't found his mark, though. Final 45 seconds, and the Eagles need to wake up and get something going here on the offensive end.
Wimpy does really seem to be that player that can either be activated through some passing plays or just be able to do it all himself. That's a shot on target. It could be cleaned up. Wimpy actually wasn't ready for the bounce of participation moment. But Mean Keen, Kabochi, they simply they don't ever stagnate. They just keep moving past the Eagles, and this is going to be a great cleanup shot. Kabochi's going to be given another 6. Seems to be the right number for the Mustangs to find victory. They got it as a shutout in game number 1. Here they let a couple go, but since then it's been all Mustangs all the time.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who made these guys mad or whatever it may be headed into this matchup, but 6-0 in the first game, now 6-2, and it was a lot closer for the majority of this game, I should say. But the final 15 seconds are on the clock. Mustangs should have this one in the bag pretty safely, I would say, as we might have ourselves a goal towards the tail end of this one. Eagles being denied once again from the defense of the Mustangs. Wimpy maybe try to push this one back towards the back wall. It's going to roll slowly on the orange half, and the MC3 Mustangs going to be pushing past the Eastern Eagles right now in a 6-2 fashion.
Yeah, they've got one more to go. We're on match point. I bet the person that made them mad was the last person that said, what was it, Montgomery College. They hate it when everyone skips the other C's. They want all those C's to either be recognized via the third power, or they simply want all of them to be said. But hey, you know what? Take a little bit of the extra emotional motivation and simply be able to put down the Eagles. They've done it twice. They've been able to score 12-2 in point differential. And you were talking about him. Wimpy seems to really be that leader. They come in as the senior, and then they really have been able to revitalize this program. I love what I've seen so far from the Mustangs. And Eagles, much the opposite. It's being very uninspired. I want to see them be able to, like, they had 2. They had it tied. But it was so abrupt and brief. It was almost like it was a fluke. I need flukishness to become consistency, or else they're going to be put right back into the nest and not let to fly any further, as the semifinals could go to the Mustangs.
I mean, yeah, right now everything's leaning over towards the Mustangs for me, just because of the fact that, they've just been outscored 12-2 at this point in time. just some high-flying offense from the Mustangs that has presented itself, but it's just been the sheer lack of offense from the Eagles that has really been the deciding factor in this matchup, in my personal opinion. But, I mean, they still have a chance. Like I said beforehand, they have to just play some pretty good Rocket League, not allow the Mustangs to score first, because I really feel like that gets just the ball rolling, the floodgates going, adds so much more confidence to their offense as well. You got to push back that cockiness a little bit, meet it with some resistance play as we hop into game number 3 right here. So hopefully the Eagles get things figured out.
If there was ever a player that's been doing enough to be able to exist in that moment for the Eagles, it's definitely Squishy Shark. I think we've seen Shark a whole lot more often, at least be able to exist on the upward side of the pitch and be able to give them some better opportunities. This has been a plethora of shots already. Kabochi and Mean Keen went streaking on by, and Wimpy's going to be waiting in the backyard for this one to squeak out, as both Mean Keen and Kabochi, again, those activation states, those players that will find those options, assists, and more to really get the rest of them on the table and good to go. That's going to be a demo onto Kabochi to try and thin things out. This is the first time I've actually seen Wimpy in frame here in game number 1, because of passing play, they're going to hand it off to Mean Keen. The job is done off a demo, and they have first blood and first scores.
Yeah, this is just like I said beforehand, just a lot of time and a lot of opportunity right there for the Mustangs of what they wanted to do with the ball. It was just a heads-up play as well from Wimpy to not only get the demolition, but get that soft touch and then lay that one up right there for a Mean Keen to finish that goal. So a huge showing right there from this opening segment on offense from the Mustangs. But at the same time, we did see that initial resistance from the Eagles. So can they pair that with some sort of offense? They're definitely going to be off on the right foot. But this is a great shot, a banger as well. Once again, fired out from a cannon at midfield, 77 miles an hour. And that was dang near insavable for the Eagles defense.
Yeah, that was slotted on target. And that's amazing, because he came from right to left, right across the midfield, caught the underside of that ball, and just applied such a hard cut of power. 77 miles per hour. That may have been slightly slower if it had just been full Kabochi, but Kabochi looking really, really good, especially being able to get it into the striking form. Mean Keen, often, you don't really rely on the mechanics or their extra striking, but you do get them activated behind Wimpy, and yet the entire team has been able to get onto the scoreboard. Save one. We're trying to be able to get Wimpy there, which, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of time for them to do it. The first 90 seconds, a big save by Maddie. Mean Keen looking for an extra. They're trying to be able to get some bumps and some space here in that defensive box of the Eagles.
Yeah, just a good showing right now from the Mustangs offense. On top of that, we were talking about how the Eagles need to put up some sort of resistance. Don't let the Mustangs get off in front early, and that's exactly what didn't happen. They're down by 2 now at this point in time, and like I said before, they're just backed up into their half of the field. So much offense from the Mustangs. You see a Mean Keen, maybe a little bit of a fake. I'm going to go ahead and give him credit for the fake as he puts another floater towards net, but Wimpy is just being an absolute menace over here on the offensive side, getting some bumps, just being in the face, making everybody feel uncomfortable here on the goal line.
And that's what you got to do. Just make everyone feel awkward, because as soon as you do, then you start to question what's going to be your next move. Oh, all of a second away from punishing Wimpy, as they didn't have any boost and they didn't have the greatest touch. And that's going to be a Shark that does at least get a demo onto Mean Keen. They have to rely onto Kabochi to have a better look of it. Kabochi and the 1-2. Oh, this is starting to become much smarter, much more clever passing plays for the Mustangs. They've been able to win out by sheer power, just kicking the Eagles when they're down. Mean Keen going to try and chase for the 50-50, and then both gets on player as well. Wimpy with the back pass over to Kabochi, but that gets a little bit too trustworthy. So Squishy Shark, they're able to squish on through, and again, we're left in similar tides off of that counterplay.
Yeah, I do like the creativity right there from the Mustangs. I saw Wimpy with the back pass. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be a back pass. He was just a little bit too slow to accelerate and get vertical, and then he tried to clean it up with the back pass to Kabochi, but it just wasn't expected from Kabochi, who was on the back end. This is going to be a kickoff. Goal! No! Saved away from the post. Kabochi putting the team on his back right now. It's going to have to be saved away, covered up by the Eagles defense, because they're in absolute shambles right now. They didn't see that equalizer close to that 2-minute mark. But back to that play real quick. I just want to go ahead and try to talk about it one more time before the Eagles tie this one up. It was just such a clean, weird play as well, and the Eagles were just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, that's how some of this just kind of plays. It's either you've been able to develop it from before, or it's just about, all right, is this team able to execute just around you? This is going to be a shot that will be high, and right now the Mustangs are playing a little bit sloppier than what we've seen them. We do have them up 2, so you have that leniency, but you don't want to do that too often, or else you're going to start seeing what the Eagles are doing, and they're keeping pace with you. It's about putting the teams that you need to get rid of down. Get them out of this playoff. Get rid of them. But Eastern Eagles, they're trying to be able to soar, trying to be able to fly. Selv is left in a questioning kind of no man's land as Wimpy has more often than not been able to advance with a full boost canister with really anything in there. Kabochi trying to run away. This is becoming very strange. Being Keen will confidently go and find the back end of that ball. And Kabochi, this has been some intricate passing plays because not only do they not try to advance immediately, they get the handoff and Wimpy will take a shot. It will continue to pin in the Eagles. Kabochi trying it again.
This is just some great offense right now from the Mustangs, but I want to say some better defense right here for the Eagles to keep their hopes and dreams alive. This could be every goal, a goal. That one's just missed, though. Unfortunately, a huge missed opportunity to find that equalizer once again from the Eagles. And at this point in time, the Mustangs are just pretty much content, not trying to really score. They're just trying to waste this clock down. It might bite them in the butt, though. Maddie going to advance that one upfield. Squishy Shark couldn't quite get the read or the bump onto the defense. Final 18 seconds on the clock. Going to be pushed back towards their half of the field. Amin Keen met by Maddie once again. Going to be brought up towards the midfield line. Wimpy going to take that shot and the opportunity away. A slow floater towards the mid. That's not what they need. Amin Keen takes out the dagger and shoves it into the side of the Eagles. That one is going to go ahead and solidify this win for the Mustangs.
It's fried eagle for dinner with a side of fries, and that one's just going to be the one they wanted as a prize. Mean Keen, hey, you already had Squishy Shark. They get a bit frustrated, leaving early, and it's just, it's not their day. They had a couple of chances that this one could have been able to end. I don't even know if we're going to touch the ball before it's done, but the Mustangs, they're going to be able to run away with this one. It took an extra bit of effort in game number 3, but Montgomery County Community College is able to make their way into the semifinals. This is a super stacked division here in the Emergent Central Atlantic, and they've proven that they're going to be able to hang out with at least those top 3 going to that top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely all eyes on this next matchup between them. It's going to be Hood College versus LVC Blue. The winner of that one is going to be facing against the MC3 Mustangs. It's going to be a great showing regardless of who wins that matchup for sure. But, I mean, some resistance from the Eagles was found here on the pitch. They just could not hang with the Mustangs for a majority of this game, and they slowly started to kind of deteriorate and lose some feathers, lose that flight, the aviation, and started to come down to the Mustangs level and try to, they just couldn't compete here. This wasn't enough offense for the Eagles. So it's unfortunate to see them kind of go down that way and have their season end here in the quarterfinals. But at the same time, there has to be a winner. Am I right, Monkey Man?
Yeah, there has to be. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We're just watching cars hit a ball, which is pretty cool. I mean, honestly, it's one of my pastimes at this point. I do it more often than I actually. Yeah, I know. Yes. Look, you guys are playing video games, and I just get to watch, so that's pretty rad. But for right now, they do come away with it, and it doesn't define your entire program. It defines the things that need to happen for your program to continue to advance. No one's going to stagnate here. Wins, losses, someone's going to get those, but you guys all get to continue playing video games and be able to pave that way forward for the next students to come. And we still have more Rocket League coming down the pipeline here for NECC. Yeah,
we do. We have the next matchup, which I forgot who it was, but I do know who the casters are going to be. I tell you that much. I know it's going to be Ithaca, right? Ithaca College Blue. I'm not sure if it's against Hawking still or not. I think that was still to be determined as to who was going to be against, but I think I just did get word. It is going to be Hawking, and that's going to be Pyro J and our good friend Oddfellow bring you guys that action. So that's going to come to a conclusion here for me and our good friend Monkey Man. So Monkey Man, the microphone is yours. Who do you want to shout out? What do you want to say? Final thoughts.
Hey, right now I want to give some shout out to our producers that were able to come in. Hey, 100%. Polaroid as well as Lottie that was able to help us out because these guys came in last second production, making it look good. Big playoffs for here, you guys at NECC, and of course, whoops, I haven't been able to cast with you like in nearly a year, so I'm gonna shout you out because you're beautiful, man, and thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you, man. No, it's been fun. Honestly, it really has been. It has been close to a year since you and I casted together, so it's obviously a great deal to be back behind the microphone with you. It's always a lot of fun, of course, regardless of what we're doing. So yeah, once again, shout out to the producer, shout out to our lovely observer as well. special shout out to Michael, who was getting everything set up on the back end. Couldn't have done this, literally couldn't have done this without him. And thanks a lot to you guys here in the chat too, supporting, rooting on your favorite team, because we love to see the school spirit ultimately, and then love to see the fans come out and show some love and support to the teams. But that's going to do it here for us. Stay here with us, so we do have some more Rocket League action, and that's going to be Pyro J and an Odd Fellow bringing you guys that one. We'll see you guys later.
You guys thought you could kick out the ginger kid? Hey, no dice! We're right back here in NECC time as we get more playoff action here for Rocket League. I'm Hale Monkman all over again, but this time we're lighting a fire as we bring in Pyro J into the booth. And of course, it's our third match of the day. Pyro, how's it going, man? West Coast style, you bringing in some of that extra funky magic here for us in the playoffs?
I am. I thought with the West Coast styles bringing in the sun, the heat, I thought we were going with that theme. I'm ready to bring the fire, as you mentioned. No whoops you, but a little extra spice maybe. Yeah, we got some amazing matches today. It's been great to plunge into the playoff action. Hail Monkey Man, all that work put into the regular season finally be putting to the true test here in single elim brackets. We've got the Navigators Midwest Conference here, gearing up for a good match, Hail.
Yeah, and this one it's going to be interesting because we've seen a lot of shutouts. We've seen a lot of streaks of sweeps, and we may be seeing another one today. But hey, you know what? Before I doom and gloom what our number 8 seed going into this one, we're actually going to go into our lineups as well. These players, these programs, they deserve a little bit of a highlight, so let's see them right now. It is going to be Ithaca College, which I've learned are the Bombers and have a bazillion different versions of their mascot between Union Thunder, Peter Wiggin, and Weasley. Look, it's like Ron Weasley, but Weasley. So, but it's a freshman with some seniority coming to the pitch.
Thank you so much for the character reference there.
No problem.
I never would have gotten it. Weasley coming in with the mechanics and the smarts, surely, with that comp sci major. I had a business admin minor, though, so don't worry, Union Thunder. I'm right there with you. Respect due to Ithaca College Blue. Looking forward to seeing them here. Let's keep it moving, though. I want to check out Hocking College on the other side. Look at those Hawks. Hawking away. On the roster, we've got They're All Logan. Maybe. Dutch and Fix Erupt.
Ooh, maybe even Phoenix Erupt. The Real Logan, Associate of Science as their sophomore. So I like that they've already been able to gain kind of that sublet degree, gain that first 2, be able to work on then that 4 year thereafter. But automotive technology, can the freshmen be able to fix their car in time so these demos don't be able to hit them? Well, Hawking, they've had a rough semester so far. They did make it into this playoff, but they were one away from being knocked out just over Limestone Esports as well. Southwestern Michigan, who wasn't able to join the party, but into this party, this is that upset the hierarchy of a bracket, and that's what's going to happen here as Ithaca seems primed, especially at 8-1, 26-5, top of the stack for this Navigator division to really be able to be authoritative. But early on, Hawking is going to fly.
Top of the stack, this and that. That's not what I'm seeing, Hale. Instead, we got the Hawks indeed kicking things off here. Nice early on. Grim with that first goal. And I gotta say, taking advantage early, that's gonna help these Hawks.
It really will. Gotta be able to crash the gate. This is something that we were talking about a little bit ago in our first couple of series here, me and Whoops You, is that if you have early advantage, especially over a squad that is on paper supposed to be better than you, you better be able to run with it. Can't quite be able to connect, though, as the shots continue to cream in. This time in opposite, Ithaca will be able to even us up inside the first minute.
Well, you're mentioning how important that tone setter can be in the series. How quickly it can be wiped away as well with the quick response from Ithaca. I mean, this is a team that I'm feeling rather confident in to kind of clap back early on. Not allow Hocking College to establish some form of dominance. They got that response in very swiftly, and well, they've got a possession to work with straight on from the onset of the kickoff as well.
We've already got these 1-2 connections forming. Tommy is trying to be able to at least look for that one from the backboard, but I like the extension of that offense to be able to just put it to the sidewall, force the Hawks to have to come out and find an answer. And Grimjoe's looking for a second goal. This has been slightly sloppy when it comes to that back third. That box has been really rough for both sides to just kind of contend with, especially as they start to crash the gate. A great challenge onto Weasley as they run over into the midfield boost. Grimjoe with a good challenge. And this has been a change of momentum. We've seen all of a minute and now some change and more, and both teams taking a turn at just challenge that back corner and seeing who will be able to answer. And a great stop here by the Real Logan.
And really nice work there, and they'll be able to send us right back down field. Grim trying to get that second goal to go. Won't find its way through the back of the net. I think a College Blue locking it down defensively. Bringing it right back to him as well. Pop up in the midfield. And Tommy running in, gunning in for that bump. Finds it open and potentially weathering the bump, but missing the save is the Hocking College defense. Luckily for them, the shot wasn't on target, and neither is that one from Weasley. Ithaca get their shots, but the clinicality just a miss.
They're at least forcing Hocking to have to lean back into the wall. Even if it just kind of clings around the bars, they have to have that lethal threat at least available to them. But Ithaca, yes, they did not come away with points. Looking for this hook shot. Tommy waiting and actually been given a team bump. Was that Peter Wiggins? Came in and said, man, I like the idea. You're just doing it a little bit too slow.
I guess so. I guess so. He was a man on a mission there. Peter Wiggins said, yeah, left, right, this, that. No, I'm coming in with the heat. And that was a 2-for-1 special there. Ithaca College Blue. They've been pitter-pattering at the net long enough, Hale. Sometimes you got to barge it through.
You just got to go and bully. Just do what you have to, because Hocking, I mean, this has been a bit of a bullied season against them, as they're all of 2-7, still able to make the big dance, but not having the top-level suit that Ithaca is coming in with, and yet they are still keeping pace with them. That's a fantastic shot. It will be picked up by Tommy Cronin as we're over the midway mark here of game number 1, and everything's been rapid-pace fire, both in our previous series and this one. It's not quite the blowout, though, that we've seen in our previous challengers as well as emergent divisions. These Navigators, they're keeping it fairly close, and this hasn't been a team in Ithaca that has had to go the distance more than just a couple of times. Otherwise, they usually get the job done, get some sweeps. They're still in position and advantage, but with less than 2 minutes to go, I want to see them start extending that.
Yeah, I do as well, but also I kind of like the idea of Hocking College bringing Ithaca into foreign territory, of having to contend against them in a longer series. If this is a team that's more suited towards those sweeps, Hocking College have a great chance here to make them feel a little uncomfortable, maybe disrupt sort of the momentum that Ithaca College Blue are more used to. Peter Wiggin almost extended that lead with a cheeky touch there, the front flip, turn it backwards, just didn't work out. Peter, dip over the Tommy, flip reset, saved off the wall. Peter, great chance here, but something supposed to follow is there, and eventually they'll get that third to go.
Weasley just watching both Tommy and Peter, just the regular old named people, and saying, you know what, like, where are these shots? Just put it between the uprights, please and thank you. I'll clean that up. Last 80 seconds. Hocking College, they are all of a couple away, but they've been one away for a good long while. And off a demo straight off the rip against the person that's really been one of the main starters of Grimjo. Need to see them get even more involved. They're trying to be able to find an open lane here, but Peter Wiggin will hand off to Tommy, and they're just go right back to work with 1 minute to go. Put this pressure on.
Oh, that pressure is mounting maybe to another goal. There's a follow-up
okay
that the Real Logan does safely put away. I will say, although they've allowed Ithaca College Blue to get this barrage of shots to go, they've also really stood up to the test, been in position of where they have sort of imagine those shots to go. So well positioned on the defensive line, but they need their chances and they need it now. Final minute, just about to half that much here with the 2-goal deficit. That ball's going to be taken up really high towards the ceiling. That Phoenix Erupt that's able to get a touch with, but they're taking so long to rotate back defensively to get even a good counter to go through. They can't connect on these touches. More pressure mounting here against Hocking College, and that comeback, it doesn't look likely. Tommy Cronin gonna turn it from not likely to nearly impossible.
Yeah, having to get, what, 6 seconds apiece. Quick caster math and division is usually not my strongest suit, but this one is neither going to be the same for Hocking College, as Ithaca, they just took advantage of the inability for Hocking to win off of those, any of those 50-50s. It kept going laterally to the wall. This is going to be too many seconds turned off this clock. Even if they score with time remaining, they still have to couple up, and this is just a great challenge, as well as clearance win to get Ithaca cleared of game number 1. Hocking College will have to bounce back, but the Bombers, they've been able to bomb their way through, and they grab a 1-0 series lead through the first.
Beautifully done here for Ithaca College. I mean, think about how this game started, right? Hail Monkey Man, like Hocking College, kind of going punch for punch, getting that first goal to go, or the first couple of goals to go, but then slowly and surely it sort of got teased out. They didn't even really get their chances. I don't think Hocking College to get too many goals through. We're looking at 6 shots compared to 12. Ithaca College doubling up on them. The one thing, though, I'll say about Ithaca College, Hail Monkey Man, is I think most of those shots did not go between the uprights. There's a little bit of lack of accuracy going, and sure, that happens in game 1 quite often, but something to clean up on.
Yeah, I think there's very much a ball-sized dent on the right side of the net. It's like I think it actually has both Tommy as well as Peter's names written all over. It has their initials of PW as well as Tommy or TC for Tommy Cronin. And then Weasley, they come through. They're like, look, the back of the net has my name on it. So game number 2 coming in very, very quickly as we'll get into the series again. And what we've seen the majority of this season, Ithaca College, they've been able to get sweeps. And this is an opponent that they had the very same thereof when it was round robin play. Hocking, I love what I saw at the beginning of the game. It just kind of evaporated into nothing. Those 6, they doubled them up with more of that. And it can't just be inside the first minute. I need to see it with a minute and more.
Fair enough. All right. The prescription is there from Dr. Hail Monkey Man. We'll see if Hocking College are going to fulfill it and find the antidote against Ithaca College Blue. Nothing easy here, as this is a team that loves to throw shot after shot at you. And even though there are these misses, right, Hail Monkey Man, it's Hocking College that needs to take advantage of those moments, look for those mistakes, capitalize on them, maybe with some quick counterattacks. Nobody home. Hocking College maybe focus a little more on the counterattack before they were focused on the save.
This is also focusing on wall play. You had, I believe that was Grim Joe. I can't quite see into it, but you had him rotating to the corner, feeling like that this was just going to be your standard wall play coming down. It was going to go to the corner. They were going to joust and challenge for it. And instead, a great heads-up play by, I believe, Peter to be able to just put that one on target. And some of those, especially into this division, this is the 4th tier of all 4 for here at the NECC. There's still development to it. Be ready for those attacks. You can't just play from perimeter. It's going to have some midfield contention. And the Hawks, they've allowed the first minutes again to be dominated by the Bombers.
They have indeed. Might be dominated even more so. Tommy making that crater on the right side even more powerful. But Weasley again, just the follow-up merchant. Love to see it again from Ithaca.
You know, if it's the way they've practiced at this point, if they're like, okay, the rebound is going to come off the right side, and then Weasley just is the cleanup guy saying, all right, I'm only looking right, then job well done. Assignment, they knew what they had to do. They got the group all into it, and then everyone put their names on the paper. It doesn't matter if both Peter and Tommy just don't exactly do the majority of the work. They're able to at least put in the efforts. And so, Grim Joe, I need to see them activated. That was the player on the side of Hocking that was getting them those extensions and challenges to the back goal line. If we don't start seeing those, I'm not going to see Hocking getting another score.
We might see that now, though, because they've got a possession to work with here. Good bump, but Tommy, just muscles it out and pulls it all the way down the other side of the field, trying to find Weasley as well. That sharpshooter. But no shot to be found. Hocking College, I want this back on the other end. Peter Wiggin working this side wall, looking for that double tap as well. Just past him. Weasley up at it as well. And beautiful pass, but nobody there to pick it up. Weasley, not the assister, the shot taker. So I don't know what they're doing on that play. I gotta say, though, for Hocking College, they are getting these small possessions. It's just Ithaca College Blue. They're everywhere. Somehow they have an answer for every shot chance of Hocking.
It's be it the amateur, collegiate, or the professional level, a team that is getting a succession of touches in line are the ones that are going to be able to find success. Tommy Cronin, Weasley from downtown. He's been taking all the hot shots, but he can be able to dish up the opportunities too, as Tommy just puts a bullet of 79 miles per hour to the top shelf, and that's going to be again a 3-0 lead in favor of Ithaca. But Hocking, yes, they have not been able to maintain possession and poise with the ball, and really field domination has just been utterly won by the Bombers because of it.
Yeah, that possession problem for Hocking College, and they need to be tuned up, especially as the moment they gave it away, it was Tommy to score, and he's going to do it again. He's realizing that there's some gaps in this defense, and you can take this long ball shot and still find the back of the net. Does it effectively there, and this game really getting away from him.
I mean, some gaps. I mean, this one might as well be a plucked chicken, and they're just trying to be able to duct tape all the feathers back on and trying to be able to get themselves flying if they can. Grimjo with a great extension, and that's a couple of misses. Grimjo looking for a chance to get it on target. Big save by Weasley. Hey, they can do the defense as much as they can do the offense, and that's a good first look by Hocking College, but it comes at a price of being down by 4 with less than 2 minutes to go. Ithaca's done the work, the damage, and they're trying to do even more, be able to crash the gate and find a 5th, and Hocking is still looking to get themselves warmed up.
Well, let's see about this little scenario here that they're trying to fire on. Not quite Peter. Unbelievable read. I mean, this is players that you can obviously see are feeling confident. Nobody makes that pre-jump unless they're looking to strut the swagger. They got Ithaca College Blue. Boy, do they got it, but they got another thing coming as well. Peter bumped out of the way. Hocking College trying to disrupt Ithaca as much as they can to at least get some chances to go here. Logan backtracking this ball and rotating ball side. That's not a great sign if you're looking for Hocking to extend this possession. Still, though, Grimjo from the corner harassing the defense of Ithaca, taking across the side of the field, and they've got to take turns here. Next chance going to go to the midfield. Phoenix are up back over to the corner right in the hands of Tommy. And again, Ithaca College Blue, they've got the answers.
They just are surrendering possessions into the back corners, to the back line, and Ithaca is able to clean it up. And even when they have a couple of double commits, they still have a better rotation. They are fitting a man into the back end. And then when they high pop it, that's burning the tanks of everyone on the Hocking who really has nothing left in their corner. Grimjo looking for maybe a flick. He can't quite get the power, gets the force, and again, it's just a drop-off, a delivery to the Bombers to continue to dominate. It's 4-0. They got those early, and they got them often, and Hocking is still looking for something to go their way. What a redirect by Peter Wiggin with authority. An exclamation point. This game, too, is about to shut and close in their favor.
Peter's happy about this one. You can tell. I mean, that is decisive. The way that it landed right inside that near post. For the amount of times this team has kind of hit outside the post, that's just such a satisfying goal to get for Peter, despite whatever you see on the scoreboard. Of course, though, when you do pan your eyes across that, you can see the monstrous lead that Ithaca College Blue were able to gain over Hocking College. It is now 2-0. In favor in this series. Hail Monkey Man for Ithaca College. They've been convincing wins each and every time on match point. What could possibly stand in the way for a sweep?
If Grimjo and the gang, it's not just Grimjo, but I saw Grimjo being like one of the only scorers. So if Grimjo is the guy that we saw at the very first, 30 seconds of game number 1, and be able to find that disruption, be able to find it in multiplication, not just being divided once they're kind of dissected as they move down the pitch, they could be able to disrupt and keep Ithaca from moving downfield. It's just a matter of not overcommitting. We've seen them be able to find defensive moments, but it wasn't about finding these scores in bunches all the time for the Bombers. They were able to just grind down this team. Now, they got it inside, I think, the first 3 minutes, so that's not too early, but that's enough that they had it all divided up. So good job by Ithaca. They've honestly just been able to take this number 8 seed, showcase to them. This semester just might not be theirs, and their number 1 seed, they're feeling pretty good right now.
They are. It's hard to stop a team like this. It's so powerful and feeling so good as well. But I will say, another thing that really you could possibly see from Hocking College is having that third player back on defense. A couple or a few of those goals just came from the midfield on a counterattack. push through to the goal because the defense was not set. If you establish that defense earlier on, you'll start to bat away some of these early chances for Ithaca College Blue that just shouldn't reach the back of the net. And that's where you start to pick back at all the scoring they're doing. As well, they didn't allow for as many shot chances that time. Took it from 12 to about 8. Oh no, not the double tap, Peter. You already redirected on him. You got a double as well?
Oh my goodness. Peter doing it so good, so swiftly, and so smoothly all the way to the top shelf. Just waiting on the float to be able to come down. And it's just a soft adjustment. The layback, the lazy man's high mechanical flair. Just whoop, be able to get off the top of the car. So job well done by the Bombers as Ithaca College is able to, again, have an opening lead. I like what you're talking about, though. Hawking, I mean, when you see yourself surrendering multiple goals and you're finding nothing, see what can frustrate your opponent. Good foundation to be able to have just one that will deny that back line, and then you'll start to see the third of Ithaca maybe creep up a bit.
Right, and it feels like Hawking College are doing that step by step, because on that last double tap play, they had a defender nice and ready on the goal line. Now it's about having them more highly elevated. This is a tough break for Hawking College here. Just can't get on the right end of this ball on this one.
Tommy just putting a bouncer on target. Some of the best shots and some of the goals that you're going to get are just about forcing the defense to test themselves and be ready. And apparently that just wasn't the mental moment that Hawking was prepared for. So one will creep through, and that may be, maybe not the definition, because this has not been Ithaca creeping into a great lead. They've been able to just absolutely dominate possession. Phoenix Erupt can't go after this ball. If they end up doing so, they will center it. And so Tommy's going to help him out, and that is just a 1-2 bang zoom as Weasley is able to find a third at the 3:33 mark.
How about that? And those are the fateful moments of Rocket League where you realize maybe it was destiny after all for Ithaca College Blue to take this win in commanding fashion. 3 major goals from this team who see... I mean, the finish line's right in front of them with this best of 5 being up 2-0, but it feels like there is no finish line in mind. And normally for teams who want to lock down this win, they just make sure they have a deep rotation offensively, and they have at least 2 back at all times. I don't think that's what Ithaca College Blue want to do. They just want to push forward, keep going, and showcase to everybody what this team is made up of, what capabilities they're bringing to the table, which do include defensive efforts. It's a good save there by Tommy in one of the first moments this game that they've been tested on the goal line with a shot wide there. Ithaca College Blue remain on D.
Yeah, you want to showcase that there's not just a one-sided or one-dimensional style that this team has, because you're going to be tested by even more stalwart opponents, especially as you make a deeper playoff run. This is your top 8, but it's 1 versus 8, and so when they look into the top 4, that's going to be a testament to what teams have been able to survive. Peter Wiggins grabs a 4th. And so far, so good. We've not seen Ithaca drop a game, but especially when they get to a 4-0 margin.
Now, correct me here. I'm thinking about it. Hawking College, their first goal was in those first moments of game 1. Have they scored since then?
No. It's basically been a clean sweep save for the first, 30 seconds.
Got it. And that kind of drought, I mean, it hurts the mental so badly, which you don't want to get in this position for Hawking College is, all the comms are down and dead. And you're not communicating with each other, because you'll see how the defense breaks down here. Somebody's got to be a little more highly elevated, but credit where it is due. Peter Wiggin, holy, gets a monstrous goal there.
Soft touches and just nice little adjustments. That one just slowly creeps its way. It didn't even have to touch the crossbar. I thought it actually fell from underneath it. 5-0 Ithaca. They've done the damage necessary to get the job done, and now, well, it's just a little bit of extra pepper on the steak to add that extra spice. A bar down ski and out. Phoenix Erupt has to rely upon a clear for them to be at least a bit safer, and now it's more of a 6v no one. Looking for the redirect. Tommy Cronin has to see that one bounce off of his car, and everyone's trying to pile on to the same goal line. We're approaching the last 100 seconds here, pretty much with a guaranteed winner, save for maybe a disconnect miracle that could go the Hawking College Hawks way. But this is where you start saying, all right, get the comms up, have fun playing the game.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. And what you got to remember as well for Hockey College is like, this isn't a massive loss here. I mean, it is a 3-0. It is a sweep the way that this looks, but you got to be proud of your team that's made top 8. You know, and not every team can say that. Being able to play in playoffs at a collegiate level is pretty awesome, no matter what division or conference you're a part of. So to be on the broadcast, to have this moment with your team is kind of a final send-off of, hey, this is what we can do, and this is what we do, and have fun with it as well. That's important here for the Hawks. Now it's been difficult having to deal with Peter making these high-level plays, right? That shot almost going in. Demolitions as well. Peter is a menace out here. That's difficult, but still a lot to be proud of, I think, if you're the Hawks.
Yeah, and if anything, too, Ithaca, they got the job done against an opponent that they should have been able to get it. Oh, Phoenix Erupt left with an opportunity. Demos galore. It's a Michael Bay movie. It's Mad Max Fury Road, and maybe a little bit of extra hurt feelings. But Hockey College, this one will be the end of the road for them for this NECC competition, whereas Ithaca, they have punched yet another ticket to extend their playoff livelihood. The postseason is the best season. It will be a season that they're going to be having a reason to continue in with. They're going to be making top 4 with seconds counting down. Pyro, Ithaca, they just completely dominated into this 3-0 sweep, and they took it by storm.
They did indeed. Ithaca College Blue, congratulations, team. Made of dynamite. They've got everything it takes to keep extending their spree here in the bracket of this division. I'll remind you all again, Navigators Midwest, our semifinalists now, officially. Ithaca College Blue, as that ball does eventually drop to the ground. Tommy, Peter, and Weasley. Good on you guys.
Hey, job well done. That's how you get it done, especially as the number 1 seed. You make sure you win the games you're supposed to win, and you do so in convincing fashion. Take the gameplay, take the repetitions, be able to run with it. And hey, you know what? To the gang over in Hockey College, there's going to be the next semester. Their program is going to look even better. You have some of these young players as well, freshmen, sophomore. You're going to be learning your academics as well as how to be able to play together even better. But we've got more Rocket League coming up as well here. Pyro, last looks for Ithaca. They're going to be tested down the pipeline. How do you think like number 1 seed just has to keep themselves focused, even against an opponent or after an opponent they just kind of beat down completely?
Well, I got to say that this was a great display of this team having good fortune moving on in the playoffs. You don't want to come up against any team, no matter how much better maybe on paper you are, and sort of play with your food. You want to come out there and showcase everything you have and make sure that chemistry stays intact throughout playoffs. So I don't think there is a whole lot more to be done here for our Ithaca College Blue. They showcased that on the field. They're going to be prepared for that next round. You also mentioned the year that they're in now, Hail Monkey Man. A lot of young guns over there at Hockey College. We got 2 seniors on the Ithaca College Blues side, bringing that veteran status to the team. So I'm sure they want to make that last semester worth their while.
They definitely do. And of course, we're going to be heading into a short break as it's going to be worth your while to stick around. It's going to be a Champions East Division matchup. It's going to be Ohio State Scarlet, the Buckeyes, versus University of Delaware, the Fighting Blue Hens. We'll see you after this short break. From black and white to living color, we're back again, baby, for the fourth match of the evening here for NECC. It's Rocket League, it's playoffs, it's cars hitting a ball and going ultra supersonic fast. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro as we're getting into our Champions East division. It's the Ohio State Buckeyes versus the Delaware Blue Fighting Hens. And I need to know, because we've seen a crazy regular season differential when it comes to these outcomes. This is number 4 versus number 5 seed. Pyro, do you lean any one way in this matchup?
Very difficult to lean one way or the other, Hail Monkey Man. It's a very difficult question you've asked me. Probably the most difficult question I think anyone's ever asked me in my life. Because when you look at the head-to-head history, UD comes out on top. They took them down 3-1. But you look at what the Ohio State have been able to do. They took down Northwood Blue. They took down Fisher College. Anyone who takes down both of those teams are a monster. So this looks like an unstoppable force between an immovable object, Hale. I don't see myself siding one way or the other.
That's very true. Hey, you know what? I think that this one can still be a coin toss. You have the monster that is the Buckeyes, but they also did it in the game 5, and we know when it comes to Rocket League that those can get a little bit hectic. But let's check out the lineups. Let's go to these schools and see what players and students are going to be hanging out with us. It is first the Delaware Fighting Hens, as we've got Scooby, who you'll see as Scooter, Atlantic Odds, and Stellar, a mixed bag of different levels of studentry here, but you got computer science, chemical engineering, and computer science again. So some pretty smart cookies on the side of Delaware, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're all over the place here, but hopefully unified on the pitch. Favorite thing to read on the sheet that's handed to us casters is fun facts on the players. Stellar says, I have no fun facts. All my facts are boring. Well, you know what? When the facts are boring, usually the gameplay is explosive. So that's my player to watch. Hale, that's enough for the Blue Hens, though. Let's take it over to the Scarlet Ohio State team. We got Dan Wad, Luker, and Deson, I want to say. 3 players as well to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, this is, again, freshman and junior being undeclared. Hey, figure it out. Your parents are paying for your tuition, so that's okay. Or you're going into immense debt. Take all your time, but also make sure you're not undeclared and confused when you get to the pitch. The Buckeyes, they have been out here being able to take down Titans, Titan killers that they are. They did go the distance, several game 5s between that stint of a regular season. They did it in week 2 over Northwood Blue, and they did it most recently in week 9 over Fisher College. So it's not just the beginning of the season, it's how they end it, and they've got to be running with some level of momentum, and I want to see them doing that here as we get towards game number 1. And guess what? Oh my goodness. One thing that we didn't make note of is what these two teams did against each other in the regular season, and it was Delaware won this one 3-1.
That's right. Yeah, Delaware do have that leading record against this team. And they've also got a leading scoreline against them in this game, folks. Some technical issues in the background that had delayed the start. So looks like we kind of allowed the players to get going as soon as they got in the server here. And you can see it right here. Delaware, 2 goals already nestled in the back of the net. One coming from Scooter, assisted by Odds, and the other coming from Stellar, assisted by Scooter. So the Hens are looking good, but of course, Ohio State, they're trying to fight right on back.
This is, of course, a squad. They've been fighting on several different conferences as well, and they've been making sure to really kind of spread out their talent. Both these teams were trying to fight hard to get into CRL. Neither one can be able to make it, but both have been able to make to this top 8. They're both in the top 5 of this Champions East division. And the Blue Hens, I've seen them over the last few days. They look really good, but talking about kind of those 50-50s, recency bias would lead me to believe that the Buckeyes are a beast, a monster, and more. Right now, the Blue Hens do hold domination onto the score line as the midway mark still has them with a 2-goal lead.
Still that 2-goal lead. We'll see if it stands here as the ball wall side. Very effective pinch there. Dunk play, and it's enough to take it across the field into the net. I don't know if that was planned, Hale, but I think they're happy to take it where they can get it.
You know, every big pinch that goes the opposite direction that ends up finding its way through, that's taking advantage of the moment as well, because you recognize that all the Buckeyes, they're getting a little bit, maybe not desperate, but antsy, wanting to get onto that scoreboard. So you give up that midfield. And of course, it's a bit quick, so you don't exactly calculate every single angle, and that one will squeak on by. But the 2-minute warning better have the Buckeyes ready to go. There's some warning of elimination for both these teams, for every team that's playing throughout this playoff. It's all a single elimination. And 3-0 right now, it's recoverable, but they've got the clock ticking against them.
They do indeed. And the stats aren't so suitable to them either. When we hit this 2-minute mark, it was just 2 shots registered for their team. The shots instead barely in favor of Delaware. That is now 7, and they are 4 for all those 7 shots. Unbelievable here. Delaware getting started on the right foot.
4 in a row. 4 on answered by the Blue Hens. Delaware, they came out wanting to authoritatively lay down the expectations that the Buckeyes are going to have to get beyond. I'm not sure what a battle cry of a Blue Hen sounds like. It could be a squaw! It could be something entirely separate from that. And in fact, just make sure you do not clip that and do not make me hear that all over again. But whatever it is, it very much must be reminiscent of Jurassic times and what these hens really are of. And they're the ones that have been able to really tear up the Buckeyes. And they're not going to be able to bloom, at least here in game number 1. They're going to have to wait for game number 2. Constant pressure. They've really not been able to meet the Blue Hens in the middle of the pitch. They've just been kind of letting the attack come to them.
Yeah, and you know what? When they do push too far up the midfield, they just get the ball pinched in their net. So it's like, how do you answer towards that? I guess it's get up in their face. And don't take no for the answer. Just get right up on there with the dunk play. Scooter tries to dribble out, but doesn't see an incoming piece on there for the goal.
Oh, a great return, and that's at least something to build upon. And believe it or not, there's time remaining, Pyro. They could be able to mount one of those big comeback moments, but I don't think that that's going to happen at least easily. Blue Hens have been able to really just kind of keep this one composed. Scooter looking for an upfield swing, but as the Buckeyes look for chances, it's about being able to connect to one another. They've been able to extend, take advantage when they can, crash in the net in a timely fashion. Not thinking that one would be able to just lay on the low side of the opposite pipe. They can't quite capitalize on opportunities when they present themselves, and Dan Watt is going to get stuffed again by odds, and the odds are just not in their favor.
That's continuing to work against them here. Barely off the crossbar. Delaware is going to want to work off of this now as Scooter will climbs to the touch. 5th goal. Hey,
wow.
keep sending it right to me, because every time you do, Delaware score.
Apparently. So, Buckeyes, look, they want me to keep talking. I don't know if there's some of that red, like, brotherly love going on over here. But
yeah, with the beard.
Yeah, a little bit. But right now, if you're a fan of blue, the Blue Hens, thank goodness production decided that they would follow dress code and color codes for it, because they came out on top. University of Delaware, Blue Hens, they did it in a big way. This was no squeaker. This was no silent affair. Blue Hens came out and just put the foot down to the Buckeyes. I was not expecting that at all.
It's hard to be something to expect, right? I mean, this was not even close. Let's just be honest about it. Ohio State registering 3 shots in that game. They're looking for way more than that. The thing you have to remember about Ohio State, though, is this is a team that's used to playing all the way to Game 5, okay? The waves that they put down, Northwood Blue and Fisher College earlier on in the season, was in Game 5. They're not afraid to go down this stretch. They're not afraid to concede a game like this. I think they're still in their comfort zone. It's fine for them to give up this game 1, maybe give some false confidence to Blue Hens, but confidence not that false. Delaware have been there before against Ohio State and gotten the win. So whatever way you cut this, I think we're still looking at a longer series.
I do too. I mean, I think that this one could at least get to game number 4 like we saw in the regular season. We're going to go to game number 2 all in a moment. And Buckeyes, look, that first game, you could lose 10-1, a bazillion to 1 if the scoreboard would allow it, and if we had enough time for all those replays, that would be pretty much several people's lifetimes. But again, it's all of one game. That's the beauty of Rocket League. You have several chances to be able to recoup, recover, bounce back, and look so much better. But it's going to be up to the Buckeyes to prove me right, wrong, or sideways, as the Blue Hens, again, they have the 1-0 series lead right now, and it's some awkward backline play. Got to see if the Buckeyes are able to just kind of get beyond themselves right now.
Yeah, it does feel like a battle with the self right now, but it's also a battle against the ridiculous angles that the Blue Hens have hit. This ball could be like right above the crossbar at like a 2-degree angle to score, and they'll make it happen. So a lot of battles to be conquested here in game number 2. Stellar, what a carry down the stretch, forcing Ohio State Scarlet to stay on their back line and make these heroic saves. And look at the counterattack that's still being poised. Infield passes galore here, but it's sent down and out to the side while Blue Hens look to dominate once again.
I love that save by Looker, or I mean, just able to get a great touch and then forcing it under the crossbar. But an extension, flip reset, looking to go into a 1v2 in the first minute of play. A great improvement by the Buckeyes. At this point in time, we had seen a couple of goals by the Blue Hens, and instead, it's just been kind of soft touches. You're talking about angles, but they've not been able to progress beyond them. They simply are existent. Deson waiting, and that's going to be a save for all of a second, but the bouncer will get the Buckeyes their first lead of this game and series.
Talk about something they've been looking for, something to work with, and it's going to be a lead. You see, almost that ghost touch. That truly is how close it comes to scoring on the Blue Hens into defenses they've been able to put up against Ohio State. It's been relentless. It's been a brick wall, but sometimes you can still poke through those bricks like it's Jenga. Ohio State find a way to do that with 3.5 left.
Are you a side brick guy or a mid brick guy when it comes to Jenga? I need to know. How do you play? Dangerous,
Very
fast, and
satisfying
loose?
to poke out a mid brick, I gotta say.
It really is, honestly. But from the corner edge, Deson, it is all from left to right and just leaving them on one brick to stand on. The Buckeyes are striking back and they double up.
Beautiful. Beautiful. They're taking advantage of the moment here. And I'm not surprised to see that Ohio State making Delaware actually feel uncomfortable here. A disruptive first goal can give this team the confidence to push forward, play fast. However, they got to intercept this pass across the midway of the field, and they do. Blue Hens, they did not expect this coming into game 2, but they've got to be keen to their ways now.
That was a double position. You had two Blue Hens. The third man bit up to go and get that one. Maybe a little bit too much because Scooter, I think, was still out there as well. So the Blue Hens have allowed 3 to just zip on by, and it's not as if they were unearned either by the Buckeyes. It's been a lot of great shooting, and defense has finally appeared. Looking for the 1-2. They'll go bowling, though. They're going to stick this one to the ground and be able to boot, scoop, boogie their way to their first goal of game 2.
It's been one of the most hard-nosed physical battles in terms of Rocket League that I've seen in a while. The first goal found from both teams were off of these like quick passing plays right around the goal line that they had to bump their way through the first player to even get to. Talk about following your play, following your shot, and trying to bump out the goal line defenders as well. These players are willing to do whatever it takes to give their team the opportunities to score.
Gotta get physical, get creative. If there's just a standard rotation that's being hit, it's going to be something that you've seen 1,000 times, and we've been able to scrim 1,000 more, especially when it comes to these training packs. You got to get something that is disruptive, and so far Buckeyes have found that at least ounce of it. But they're going to have to find a whole cup full. Stellar will go to the top shelf. This is going to be dangerous. It's going to be a pop down, and that actually was nearly an assist to put a strike on target. We're beyond the midway mark now of game number 2, and Hens, they've really not been able to find multiple interconnections. They had a great 1-2 in the box, but otherwise it's just been kind of these long, lazy, high-flinging extensions, and the Buckeyes are able to pick those up, especially here.
Pick them up and drop them down. They are merchants from the midfield line, and well, especially when there's going to be mistakes made from the Blue Hens there. Clearly trying to sport the acrobatic maneuvers to retain possession of the ball, but a minute change in direction can turn the play loose. Scarlet team works quickly in that fashion, but as do the Blue Hens. A little kickoff goal here to keep the game close.
That's a heck of serendipity for Scooter, and you see the tiniest bit of ghost touch right there. It was a client-side moment, but it's also just a slight off angle. That ball was basically all the way through, and being able to get a nice high pop, they get the upside of that ball, and a bowler to make it. The squeeze out. They're going to try and crash the gate. Scooter does so, and just when we thought that maybe the runaway was beginning, the Buckeyes have another that gets onto the board.
Oh my God. On the replay too, you get to see how close it was. By a pixel. That shot was saved, but how do you even react to that initial save and deny the follow-up? Blue Hens, one way or another, are getting that goal. They may even get another here. Good dribble action from Stellar. The flick as well. Saved by Luker. Follow shot's gonna do it. Blue Hens, they know when to send the entire team to attack and secure a goal.
Hens are upgrading to being velociraptors, and they're tearing them up limb from limb. It's very, very volatile. With 100 seconds to go, I was having to lean back. My hands are up. I was like, this is nasty. When did they start just coming out and taking these shots, looking for a double tap, and they're trying for another big save by Stellar. The Hens are not going to surrender this time.
Yeah, but listen, Ohio State, they're pulling out all the stops here. That double tap angle was ridiculous. Almost made their way through, and Luker, bad position here, but gets saved. Danwad. Reinforcements coming in just in time for the Ohio State Scarlet defense. Gonna try to position well on defense again. Danwad to the ceiling. Off of the backboard. It's just a slow pace of play that Ohio State Scarlet need right now, because otherwise Blue Hens are going to continue to run away, not just with this comeback, but take the lead as well. Danwad, good flick above one defender, and there's the quick movements from Ohio. Brought this all the way down to the other side of the field. This is exactly how Ohio State love to explode and get the lead back.
I was doubting for all of a moment, seeing that slower bit of play from the Buckeyes, and I was thinking, if you slow down too much more, we might as well be in a new ice age, and the Hens are just going to be the dominant species. But instead, they were biding their time, being able to just slowly squeak their way out. It became a 2v1 counterplay, and then no one could catch up to it. Oh, an errant miss, a rare moment indeed. Stellar's going to try and tackle it away from Luker, but it's going to be Oz that takes away the boost. So now Luker's left on the back line, and that's going to be a drop down, looking for the dunk, and that's going to be a bouncer. They will float in. Very cerebral moment, recognizing where the defender went up to, so they got to get underneath. And a big bump, I think, onto Desan.
It was more of a move out of the way for Desan to be on the backboard there, and would have been positioned well for a flip reset shot. However, the reset was maybe gotten. It was never utilized, though. And that's always a threat for the defenders. Desan already put in a bad position, and then having to read the reset. No hope there for the opposition. And now we're at a tie game. 20 seconds remaining. May go to OT unless we see sort of that last-ditch effort. Scooter wants to set something up. There is a shot taker, but it's taken away. Stellar perfectly positioned, though, to keep this possession going. There's the denial. Scooter, 100 take a boost. Off of the backboard, cleared away. And maybe Ohio State will try to make something of this. Odds out to the side. Stellar lets it go. OT is where we take it to end the show in this round.
The difference made so far for the Blue Hens to be able to come back into this game after the Buckeyes had it for the early interim is that they were not answering the speed, the pace at which the Buckeyes wanted to execute. As soon as they slowed them down, Buckeyes could play into that counterplay, but ultimately they started getting more physical. They put it to the sky. They started getting some bumps. That's a great touch, and they've been able to find these 1-2 connections. Odds doesn't have any extra options, and Scooter just is coming up to force them to respect the man play. First half minute, and then we are still stuck at 5, looking for a redirect, but Desan just can't get that extension. You do like the possession gained by both halves, but it looks like the Blue Hens are going to try and put this one on target. The save will be made by Desan.
Nice work on the backboard, too. Landing there and getting the extra touch. Ohio State Scarlet, they've conceded 5 goals. They're trying not to concede another. If they concede this loss, they'll be down 0-2 in the series. That is not a position you want to be in, despite how many series they've won in Game 5. They don't have to do it in reverse sweep fashion. So Desan trying to take advantage here and control of that possession as the ball goes across the width of the field. Scooter is going to take a pop shot that lands right in the hands of Ohio State Scarlet. There is the carry out off of the backboard to midfield pass. Could be dangerous. Cut off immediately, though, by the Blue Hens. They're not going to allow it that easily.
One good, 1-2 deserves another. Danwad is going to have it stolen away by Scooter. We are at 90 seconds plus into this overtime play of game number 2. It's going to be Ohio State that desperately needs this game win. 10 goals. You don't usually get to see that in Rocket League, but when you do, it's 2 teams that are just at each other's throat and trying to be able to maintain possession and control. Not a lot of boost out there, and they are very much starved out for it. Scooter will find it from the midfield, and they're looking for that 1-2, and a great save by Stellar. They will fill the gap. But the Blue Hens are starting to feel the pressure in front of them. They got to be able to escape.
They're working at it. Odds does a great job of controlling that ball, and then the late flip to get it past the defender, but the Blue Hens were not all on the same page there. They couldn't continue the effort. Odds again Popped up high, dangerous territory. Deason looks for safety. To the corner, earns just that. Backboard pass cleared away, but to no man's land. Stellar, full tank of boost, drop down. That's straight towards the net. Odds finds a save again, but Ohio State Scarlet want to hold on to this possession long as they can. Damward guarding that midfield line, takes it to the ceiling. Again, Stellar looking for that flick, looking for that pop that will give them some breath of relief. Scooter back to Damwad. Ohio State refused to let go of this shot. Peek into the far post, and Luker. That's the final seal on game 2.
Odds snuck in. He was underneath the crossbar and then started to leak out, and they took advantage of that goalie positioning. It's going to be the Buckeyes, the Ohio State. They will survive our first overtime of this series. Blue Hens, hey, job well done to them fighting back and being able to force us to go the distance. A multi-minute OT just to be able to test everything out. But for once tonight, this will be anything but decided going into game number 3. They really kind of started opening up the playbook on the side of Delaware, but the Buckeyes just are able to outplay them with pure power and, execution for punishments on the later term of that OT.
Yeah, that was overwhelming pressure in overtime for Ohio State. And if they can keep that up and make Blue Hens feel even more spread out on defense and under-resourced, then it'll help them score as many as 5 goals as they did in regulation time. Good for Ohio State fans to see that, because they struggled to really get not just goals, but shots during game 1. This was a massive transition for them. Something we called, something we expected, Hail Monkey Man, because we know what this team is capable of. They showcased that in game 2, and we're dropping into game 3, folks. Series tied at 1-1 in this best of 5 of the quarterfinals.
What's crazy as well is that there could be an extra chance, I believe, for if Buckeyes were to come away in this series with a W, they would get another chance to go against probably, if I say just probably, Fisher College, simply because they're going against one of the Michigan schools. And that could be one that Fisher wants to rectify, but they did beat them in the Game 5 in regular terms. So I want to see how much of the regular season is indicative of postseason success. Deason looking to pounce upon it. That's a 1-2, but bounce was just a little bit unfavorable, so the Blue Hens will take it away.
Yeah, and look at these connections the Blue Hens are still trying to find. This is what has made them so lethal throughout the series. I'm not sure what the impact is in terms of regular season versus postseason. The series did go 3-1 the last time these two teams met. That ball surprisingly not finding back in the net. Danwad, good control out. Wants to see this away from anyone of the Blue Hens, but yeah, I don't know. Blue Hens, I mean, they could still win the series again 3-1, but Ohio State, it's just hard to believe that they're going to allow something like that.
Yeah, it'd be odd. I mean, especially because they've now found themselves at a higher gear. I've been talking more recently about where series play kind of lends itself. Game 1 is your starter kit. You try to warm up. Game 2 is far more of a definition to what this series will be, and I don't see a team that's going to lay down and die. I see one that's going to fight. Blue Hens, they've been trying to do the exact same thing as well. Force the Buckeyes on back. That's going to climb to the sidewall, but they're going to actually play for an elongated possession over to the corner. The rotation does lend itself to having 2 trapped on the near side post, and because of that, you can be able to have an extra body dive through. Flip reset, shot on target, big save. That's going to go to the ceiling. Watch out. You have to be able to overscale the dunker, who is screaming, but Dan is trying to work from the opposite side. They have been able to lend a player per touch for each of the one the Buckeyes are trying to bring in. The Hens are finding just the same.
Yeah, the Hens have found pretty good passing plays. Ohio State trying to do the same thing, but that pass actually reaching nobody. Communications have to play a part in this comeback from Ohio State. Are you kidding me? 2 players from the ceiling. Follow-up shot is in. Okay, that's a strategy I did not anticipate.
I didn't anticipate that, and I don't think the Delaware Hens anticipated a bouncer. It just all three players, you had one defender turn around. They were trying to receive a reactionary 50, and then two just kind of just dropping like the stock market, and just couldn't be able to contain the next one. Well, shot on target forced the Buckeyes to defend. I think that's like one or two of the only shots we've seen right now from the Hens, and Delaware's otherwise been pinned on the blue half.
It's kind of been like that. Possession-wise, Hens have found 5 in total compared to the 6 of Ohio State. But yeah, possession-wise, it just feels like there's a bit more control there. Ohio State have kind of ramped up their gameplay. There's no doubt about that. They just need to maybe get that securing goal, because we can't forget about how Blue Hens have just outscored again and again each and every game this season. We know they're capable. Or the series, we know what they're capable of. That's a long ball across the way. But Deason does pick up, just no one to take it to. Blue Hens looking to establish that strong defense once again. Is laid to the corner again. Luker might find a teammate here. Deason up for it. Let's take it away off the ceiling once again. Scooter stretches. And it's Blue Hens under fire again here as it finally finishes here. Deason gets the look.
Ohio State, they have been winning the small ball game, and look at these rotations, feeling frantic, desperate, and they're forcing the attempt for clears and then ricochets over their own box, especially from a fantastic challenge that brought it across in the first place. So job well done for Buckeyes to profit off of just the push of pressure and bending the Hens while they're still in the hen house. Now, we have seen a comeback in a game already in the previous. It didn't complete because ultimately after that OT went the way of Ohio State. But Delaware, they are no slouches. They've been able to fight. But will this be a gentleman's reverse? They're going to have to see if they can stand up to the fight now. Got to score with time remaining. Some of these interconnections are starting to come up, but that is something the Buckeyes have been able to shut down early and often here in game number 3.
And the shutdown continues. Still nothing for the Blue Hens. They're going to start to get real aggressive here because otherwise there's just no other options. A couple shot takers there. One to bump away the defenders. Danwan avoids that very seamlessly and gets the save. I think that's going to win the game just about for them. Oh, unless we get something like this. Stellar up for that take. Odds couldn't get the underflick to work out for them. And yeah, with about single digits on the clock, that should do it. Ohio State Scarlet, they took some time to heat up during this series, but ever since they started firing away and figuring out that offense from the Blue Hens, they've taken a sizable lead. Convincing win here for Ohio State Scarlet to give them match point in the quarterfinals. It's going to be that way as the ball rests on the ground.
The Titan Killers of the Ohio State, they stumble at the starting block, but they are sprinting right now. It was all of a 2-0, so they didn't find the surplus of goals. But, I mean, rendering the high-flying offense of Delaware to nothing is a pretty big statement at this point in the series.
Yeah, that's how the series started. They were getting these absurd angles above the net. And yeah, Ohio State have just been able to answer the call. I mean, it's not like they weren't under fire. 7 saves attributed to this team throughout that game. So they've proven again that, okay, Blue Hens, you kind of showed your cards here, and we're ready to respond finally. So may take something a little more creative for the Blue Hens to end this scoring drought, which is what they're going to need to do. They want to stay alive in this tournament.
And they haven't been lacking in that, at least when they had the opportunity. But clearly, the Buckeyes have been able to just take over the walls. They are those architects, and they're building a very tighter, smaller, less comfortable henhouse around Delaware to see if they'll be able to survive it. But we go into game number 4. Is this going to be equal but opposite of the regular season of what we saw between these two teams? Delaware was able to win it in those previous weeks, and Buckeyes want to do much the opposite, and they want to be able to take away a W today and advance into the semifinals. We head over to Utopia Coliseum. Let's see if this one gets gilded for the Buckeyes, see if they can find their win. Already getting a big 50. Good save from the near side post.
And Ohio State Scarlet, they want to put the Blue Hens right back where they were towards the end of game number 3. But instead, they're going to have to get that save count right back up here. The Blue Hens want to attack once again. Again, it is a scoring drought here for the Blue Hens, being shut out in game number 3 after scoring 5 goals in game 2 and near that in game 1. It's a difference maker here that could come to form. Odds picks that up as the defense is racing back to the goal line.
It was a near clear, but near is just not enough, as Odds was waiting for that one to drop. It always feels so weird, especially like when you and I are getting to see kind of the moment of the play occurring. When a ball is just slow falling, you think, oh, there's plenty of time. There's a defenseman there, right? No, it doesn't matter because they're caught off rotation, and then you have someone crashing the net to ruin their good time. So finally, cutting off that drought, the Hens will have first blood.
Happy to have it. But you'd imagine there's still more to be done if you want to secure the win. Here are these Blue Hens. And you know, Stellar sees Scooter on that far side. Give and go attempts. Gonna go a bit awry as it trails back into Ohio State Scarlet's domain. Of course, this is a team who's worked off of those mistakes quite well throughout the series. You'd expect them to pick their pocket in that situation, but it's just a lot of time for Ohio State to get back to form with the Blue Hens, who are still attacking here. No way that goes in. Stellar, there's picking the pocket. There's stealing a play, because that was taken from half court.
You know, wow, it was. This is the same kind of touch that we saw a moment ago, Pyro. This one was off of a Buckeye player, rotating to the corner side, and instead of being able to bring it to wall in possession, they kind of fling it out in open space. The first one was an open challenge that then had a dunk. This one, hey, you know what? Take your shots when you can get them, and they put it directly on target. So good work, good job, goodbye to your main lead. But hello is D-Son, as they're able to get one here. The Buckeyes fight back.
They do indeed. That presence so strong in the midfield as well for Ohio State Scarlet. They don't kind of wean off those chances either, which is why we haven't seen too much back and forth in the midfield. It's not really to establish a longer possession or just get control of the pace of the game. It's to take a shot. It's to score, because they know of their shot-taking capabilities and how they can threaten a solid goal-scoring chance from that end. And we're going to see it again and again in the series as long as they get the space to deal it.
You wouldn't think that you would be looking for those chances, especially that far from the net. And that's speaking some odes to some of the defense, that they're seeing gaps in that rotation, even as finite as it is. But with the immediacy on the attack that they put onto it, they're able to just kind of make that read. Looking for the 1-2. D-Son is actually going to be given an opportunity, but this is going to be a demo by Scooter. I think that was going to go long in front of him anyway. Stellar for a 45. That's another demo, but instead of being able to get a shot off, Odds is able to get Luker put off of the goal line. And look at this crashing rotation. They're forcing these bumps, and one of their own, as the Buckeyes are trying to be able to take on the goalie of Delaware. Now a quick air dribble, looking for a breezy, and now we're really busting out some quick mechanics.
Yeah, we're ready to see it all here. It feels scrappy, though, as well. As we're almost seeing these high-level mechanics, we're also seeing just these sporadic reactions from players trying to gobble up a possession for just a moment. Otherwise, it's these quick challenges that are trying to steal the ball back and away. Shot chance here for Ohio State. D-Son is getting bullied out of any shot-taking zone. And that's why we're seeing a little more violent play, is because players aren't afraid to get in the face of others. A heater here is going to track away from the passing option and away from the goal as well. So Ohio State just narrowly away from this equalizer chance. Bad take there, Scooter. Not on target. Scarlet, they're going to continue to get a chance here to tie it up.
This is a scrappy fist fight. I didn't think it would get to this moment right here, but 2-1. The Blue Hens want to maintain this, but Buckeyes are saying, look, you got to bring a broken glass bottle to be able to surprise me, and they decided to just pick up the whole table. 1 minute to go. This is for Buckeyes if they can be able to tie it up force an overtime, maybe even just steal a regulation win and get this series. But Game 5 is a ticket yet to be punched, and the Hens are at the box office trying to be able to get it. But Luker finally finds an opportunity. They go over the top, and they'll tie us at 2.
There's 2 players on that passing play and then 3 players on this ball. We're not lying when we say this got scrappy, folks. It doesn't even look like 2 teams. It looks like every player for themselves out here. But that's the way Rocket League goes. Sometimes in these moments, there's no timeout in the middle of the game. You gotta keep going just like this. Small a break with that kickoff. Unleashes the players once again. Dan Watt eliminating one. Luker finds himself too far ahead of the play, and the follow lands in right past 2 defenders.
Buckeyes, they had a surprise for you. It looked like that Luker was just lurking up a bit too far, but on the opposite corner rotation, the initiating player was able to streak right around and turn into the outside of the box. Now with 20 seconds coming up, Blue Hens, they can't leave possessions behind. That's very punishable. Buckeyes trying to be able to run it down. They're going to bring it out to the midfield. Stellar is going to get a big bang boom, but they cannot get the ball. Odds waiting on an outlet, and that one's actually going to fall in a ricochet. Another demo. These Buckeyes are just starting to fall off the pitch quickly, just like time off this clock. Final possession for the Blue Hens to the ceiling and down, looking for a kill, and they've got it. Ohio State, they steal this one. They bring it back, and they shut down Delaware, exacting revenge and getting themselves to the semifinals.
This team had no breath of life in game 1. Can we go back to that for just a second? Like 3 registered shots against goal after goal of their opponents. But here they are, ringing true, coming back and handing it 3-1 right back to them. Credit to Ohio State for doing that against the Blue Hens. And in comeback fashion there as well in game number 4. They were down 2-1. But when it got down to that nitty gritty, that fist fight, Hail Monkey Man, there was just a stronger contender in the ring.
They had 1 extra steel chair, and they brought it out as a Christmas gift. Oh, man, just able to take them by surprise. And congratulations. That means they will be moving on into the semifinals to face off against the winner between Fisher College as well as Michigan Esports Blue. So I can't wait to see if they're going to have yet another rematch against one of the big schools, especially one of the upper 3 even, into this fashion. But a heck of a matchup here for this Champions East Division. That's the end of that series. I kind of wish we got into game 5. It was so explosive at the end.
But that's what we get out of the playoffs. Hail Monkey Man, we've done enough of that regular season BS. We're here in the playoffs, and whether it's a game 5 or not, that's the kind of Rocket League action that we're looking for. And it's gonna take the ones with the grit to take it all the way into those overtime situations, get the wins, and secure the dubs. Shout out to Ohio State. I think they earned it.
They very much did. But you guys also earned an extra ticket to some more Rocket League. We have 2 more matches on the evening. Thank you so much, Pyro, for joining me. It was awesome being able to cast with you again, man. And we've got even more Rocket League for these guys to be able to see. It's going to be the Emergence Midwest Division. More quarterfinals. It's going to be Bethel Pilots Blue versus University of Wisconsin Whitewater. Get your paddles, get your vests. We're going to go whitewater rafting right after this. All right.